industries adapt to new economic realities brought about by this unprecedented global crisis. Meanwhile, please enjoy today's sessions, which no doubt will be enriching. Keep safe, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Belmonte. We would like to introduce Mr. Jesus Boboy Romero, Chief Operating Officer of Converge ICT Solutions, for his message.
Reigniting the nation. We are in unprecedented times. The pandemic has been challenging for all of us, but life doesn't have to stop. Dreams don't have to be shelved, and goals need not be forgotten. Whatever the circumstances, we look ahead and we move forward. We don't have to merely survive in this new normal. We need to thrive. And to thrive, we need to engage, enable, and empower everyone, be it at home or in business. Engage. We should push for a more involved involvement and engagement of LGUs, government agencies, and the private sector to push new normal private-public partnerships and promote livelihood programs. Multi-sectoral endeavors promote commitment. Commitment that we all need from everyone as we forge ahead during these times. Enable. The challenges brought upon the business sector has been daunting. At times, it has seemed insurmountable. But nothing is impossible if we work together. Hence, we need to enable MSMEs, large enterprises, the education sector, and quasi-banks to fully shift to remote work and learning and digital commerce. This ensures continuity of achievement, sustainability, and progress. Empower. By engaging the people to work together and enabling businesses and livelihoods to remain fighting, we empower the nation to be, as it always has been, a country that inspires us to be strong no matter what. We at Converge ICT stamp our commitment to power the fight of the Filipinos with the reliable connectivity that they need during these times. We will work hard to help achieve goals, sustain lives, and pursue dreams by providing solutions that push business to stay thriving no matter what the circumstances are. The internet has proven to be one of the indispensable linchpins of the new normal, and we will do everything to the best of our abilities to be of service to the nation. Now, more than ever, everybody should be for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. We would like to introduce Ms. Josephine Joji Gotianun Yap, President and CEO of Philinvest Development Corporation, for her message.
Greetings to my fellow CEOs and guests. We maneuvered the first half of the year, reorganizing our lives and businesses to ensure that we safeguarded our workforce and customers as we continued to serve our respective markets. We were awed by the bayanihan spirit of the private sector in bringing up the testing capacity by more than tenfold. As a member of the T3 core group, Philinvest has been active participant with the 100 million war chest for the COVID fight. During ECQ, we opened our doors to welcome the RITM frontliners to live in the facilities of the Palms Country Club. And now for our COVID-19 brothers to use the Philinvest tent as a quarantine center. Aside from the usual testing and treating support, we funded the start of a data warehouse and public dashboard to track testing and case data for the decision makers. We now enter the second stage, where reigniting the economy is paramount to save the livelihoods of our countrymen. It will need a mix of government stimulus, continued private sector investments, renewed consumer confidence, together with the public's diligence in following the hygiene and safety protocols. In Philinvest, we commit to do our part in continued investments and in support to our various stakeholders, our homeowners, borrowers, tenants, electric cooperatives, farmers, and the Philinvest family. In closing, it is only by remaining united and positive that we can overcome what may be the greatest challenge of our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gotianun Yap. We would like to introduce our last co-presenter, Mr. Federico Piqui R. Lopez, Chair and CEO of First Philippine Holdings Corporation, for his message.
Good morning. This year's MAP conference theme, A Whole New World, Reigniting the Stalled Global Economy, is really most relevant and well-timed. I felt for some while that the unprecedented times we're living in have been begging for a new narrative and a new paradigm for how we live, work, do business, and even how we measure success and progress. At just 1 degree Celsius of global warming, we can see the geologic scale changes happening to our planet. These are already evident in record-breaking temperatures and natural catastrophes happening every year now. A path that is sure to turn the Earth into an unlivable planet within the lifetimes of our children, if we are unable to limit the trajectory of global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2100. Our way of life and patterns of production and mass consumption now use 1.75 Earths annually. That's 75% more than the Earth can replenish each year. This mindless pursuit of growth has left all the main life support systems of our planet in decline. From our oceans, forests, air, soils, biodiversity, and freshwater resources. While the way we do business has brought tremendous and amazing progress, creativity, and innovation, it has also left too many behind. Billions of people still do not have decent access to energy, clean drinking water, toilets, food, healthcare, education, housing, income and work, political voice, social and gender equity, or even peace and justice. The populism that's sweeping the world is a symptom of the growing disenchantment with business, politics, and life as usual. In today's world, it's a disenchantment that's moving at exponential warp speed through the power of social media, whether that's weaponized or otherwise. The natural, social, and political forces being unleashed in the coming decade will likely make it the most challenging and most disruptive business has ever seen. The COVID-19 pandemic is just a mere fire drill for what's coming, and it demonstrates the scale at which things need to change. We are living in a time of great paradigm shifts, and businesses that seek to thrive in this era must be able to reignite, reimagine, and redesign themselves for this new world. There is an urgency for all of us to go beyond state sustainability that just ticks the box or merely aims to do less harm. Businesses need to transform into regenerative forces that align our profit engines with the need for healing toward a better world and a safer planet. Collectively, we have the creativity and innovative energy needed to solve the world's greatest problems. The role of business can be central and key to all this if it rises to the challenge of a new narrative and paradigm. Unlocking these will be the foundation to some of the greatest business opportunities in the coming century. So today, as we discuss and think about how we reignite the stalled global economy, I hope we don't just try to bring back what we've so painfully lost these last few months, but instead reimagine and recreate a whole new world as it urgently needs to be. Congratulations to the Management Association of the Philippines and our best wishes on a successful conference today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lopez. Now, as we move to formally open today's conference and what it means to operate in a whole new world as we grapple with the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic, reshape our processes and strategies to a new normal, reignite our stalled economies, and transform them into resilient ones. Please welcome MAP President, a senior partner and ExCom member from Accra Law, Attorney Francisco Francis Ed Lim.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Board of Governors and over 1,000 members of the Management Association of the Philippines, or MAP, it is my distinct honor and pleasure to welcome you all to our 18th International CEO Conference in its first ever online edition. This is an annual event of MAP where registrations come as early as a year before the next one. Over the years, we were able to build this into a brand where trends are first discussed, experts build their portfolio, and where business leaders are able to bring back to their respective organizations new insights that become inputs to strategic directions. As the pandemic cast its gloomy shadow into the world, we wondered if we would be able to push through with this conference, considering that we would need to rework all the preparations that already were solidified in the early part of this year. I give credit to the quick response of our CEO Conference Committee, who ably pivoted, designed, and presented their new concept with remarkable speed. We were unanimous in our choice of the theme, a whole new world, and reigniting a stalled global economy. The SARS-CoV-2 is the ultimate traveler. From a handful of localized cases in Wuhan, China, that came out in the news last November 28, 2019, it has since spread quickly around the world. We have to hand it to this coronavirus. It is relentless, adaptive, resilient, all characteristics we sometimes hope all humans will have. The cases continue to rise, and to date, already tallied over 27.7 million cases all over the world, close to 1 million of whom died. The first week of September saw the Philippines' own count rise to over 235,000 cases, the highest in Southeast Asia. And it continues to spread, leaving infections and deaths in its wake. This virus is an unseen force that figuratively halted the earth in its axis, put the world in virtual paralysis. It is causing disastrous economic impact, all the more scary because we will not even know the extent of the damage until the virus decides to settle down. What comes next when the gates will finally open? It is not the same world we knew before we went into enforced hibernation. It will require a different perspective, and the contents of the business survival kit will not be the usual stuff we do. That's why we in MAP are extremely grateful to the pool of global experts who accepted our invitation to share their expertise and insights as we all prepare for the rough road ahead. And that quest for solutions should not stop here. We want this to be a continuing conversation in and out of the web conference, through pocket webinars, and through sharing of ideas and experiences. We all need to learn together and help one another if we want to overcome. The impact of the pandemic encroaches on the entire value chain, from the big businesses to the medium, small, and micro-enterprises that make up the ecosystem, all the way to the communities whose livelihood and living depend on what we all do. Let us therefore be conscious of our role to take care of the members of our business family up and down the chain, and let our solutions be inclusive, workable, actionable, strategic, and compassionate. The wound that the COVID-19 inflicted will not fade away overnight. It will leave scars that only time will heal, and the memory will be kept alive in the pages of history books. What will our page say about us? It will depend on how we act today. Let us not miss the opportunity to be not only relevant, but to be meaningful contributors in rebuilding this world into a more just and humane society for all to live in it. In the words of Winston Churchill, never let a good crisis go to waste. In closing, let me just take time to acknowledge our partners and contributors who made this web conference possible for at least 5,000 participants who are now joining us in various platforms. I will start with our principal presenter, the San Miguel Corporation. Many thanks to our co-presenters, Alphalan Corporation, BDO Unibank, Business World, Converge ICT Solutions Inc., Philinvest Development Corporation, First Philippine Holdings Corporation, and the LT Group of Companies. Special thanks to Isla Lipana and Company, PwC Philippines, for continuing to be our knowledge partner for 6 consecutive years. Thanks to the Aeon Group for helping us mount this webcam, and to the media for covering this event. Many thanks to all our other partners, sponsors, and patrons. Many thanks also to our collaborating organizations, our beneficiary schools, and the members of the Asian Association of Management Organizations for encouraging their members to watch this webcam via Facebook and YouTube. A million thanks also go to our speakers for selflessly sharing their time and expertise with MAP members and all other participants. My special thanks goes to the MAP CEO Conference Committee with Alma Jimenez as Chair, Juni Del Mundo as Vice Chair, Dick Dubalagat as Governor in Charge, and Jade David Nagracia, Donald Lim, Doc Macaranas, Fern Peña, and Charlie Villaseñor as members for their dedication in organizing our webcam. We are in for a most interesting discussion ahead. I wish you all a good day. Stay negative, but feel positive. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Attorney Lim. Here to shed light on how MAP designed its 18th International CEO Web Conference, please welcome the MAP Conference Chair, who is also the President and CEO of Health Solutions Corporation, Ms. Almarita Alma R. Jimenez.
Welcome to the 18th International CEO Web Conference of the Management Association of the Philippines. We have to admit that it is quite a challenge planning for and executing this event. but the organizing committee was determined to continue what has become a professional development advocacy and rise to the call for ideas that can help find our way out of this dark COVID tunnel into the light. And true to our management discipline, we even planned for the traditional format in case it will be possible, a hybrid conference to combine digital and physical and purely online options. The theme is crisis appropriate. It is on point, it is forward-looking, and it is hopeful. We are gratified that with the output in this redesigned conference format, it will be something that will perhaps portend the days to come. Digital, socially distanced, in a new workspace, in a changed world. And so, here we are. The pandemic is the stuff business nightmares are made of. It exposed our vulnerabilities and magnified our weaknesses. The realities unfolding made our continuity plans look like works of fiction. Good to read, but only able to brush the surface of the biggest disruption we are facing in our lifetime. I am sure that we are all learning hard lessons, but also certain that they will serve us in good stead moving forward. Events across the world are sending waves of uncertainties about the future of business in this different world. We are in for the long, arduous climb to recovery, and it starts with reigniting the fractured economy. The agenda of this web conference tackles 5 of these burning issues. First, we are observing with concern the geopolitical shifts and the trade tensions among the superpowers, notably the US and China, both of whom are admittedly major players in Southeast Asia. What challenges will this bring to the region? On the ASEAN front, how will these challenges inform our actions? Will they result in closer cooperation and deeper integration? Or will it expose structural weaknesses that will imperil the region's relative stability? What is the impact of the pandemic in the global business landscape? Are there lessons we can learn from the experiences and actions adopted by other countries that can be replicated? Are there market shifts that we can now explore? And what strategies can we consider to take advantage of these opportunities that may open up? How do we build our organizational strengths for a changed future? In a world of fake news and misuse of social media, trust has emerged as a capital for institutions. How are these communication channels being enabled or hindered by media? We hope that after hearing the presentations of the prominent thought leaders we invited to share their thoughts on these issues, we can germinate ideas that will lead to creative solutions and innovations. Right now, we are fighting to survive, and we know that we must exert more effort to pump energy into our inert economy. By all means, let us go to work. With that, let me reiterate our appreciation to the guest speakers, our generous co-presenters, partners and sponsors, the collaborating organizations, institutions, and individuals who are helping us expand the web conference reach. On behalf of the MAP International CEO Conference Committee, let me also acknowledge the unstinting support of President Francis Lim, the Board of Governors, and our Governor-in-Charge, Dick Dubaladad. They made our task easier. We also depended on the strong and able backup of the Secretariat led by Executive Director Arnold Salvador. Finally, I am personally thankful for the time, effort, and all-out cooperation of Co-Chair Junie Del Mundo and the rest of the members of the MAP CEO Conference Committee. The ideas and energies made possible the web conference we are attending today. Thank you and have a pleasant day ahead.
(2020), the year the Earth stood still. No one was prepared for a crisis of this scale. As the virus spread across countries, the structures and systems that maintain global order crumbled. Life and business as we know it on a virtual standstill. As we look at a changed future unfolding, we search for the answers to these big questions. How do we change the narrative of our companies? How do we rebuild businesses amidst changing global dynamics? Where do we begin when the decisions and actions we take today will determine the fate of future generations? The tasks ahead are both challenges and imperatives. A whole new world, reigniting the stalled economy. In this web conference, we hope to add to the arsenal of ideas that can help businesses tackle the harsh realities they face. Is big still better? When a block on a single source can create a major supply chain breakdown? Is product specialization the way to go when it became ineffective in scaling up manufacturing of essential goods? With the insights we gain, we move forward together to adapt, to rebuild, to thrive in the new world. Be inspired. Ignite that spark today.
The Philippines moves to the beat of progress. And no one knows its pulse like BDO Unibank. With leading scale and reach, the expertise and local knowledge to connect you to Philippine business.
Before we begin our conference proper, we would like to establish a few house rules to ensure that our conference would go smoothly and run on schedule. We'd like to request everyone to please change their names to their first name and last name, followed by their company or affiliation, so our speakers, moderators, and online ushers would know how to address you. As our speakers are delivering their speeches, we will be putting everyone's audio on mute to avoid distraction and audio feedback. We will be having polls at the end of each session. We would greatly appreciate your participation in this, as it will help us in crafting the succeeding conferences. Please note that the speakers' profiles are in the e-souvenir program. In the interest of time, there will be no more lengthy introduction of speakers. As we strive to better ourselves every year, we're encouraging you to send us your thoughts and comments on today's event. Access link to our feedback form will be sent to your email address after the web conference. With these house rules in mind, we hope to give both our speakers and you, our audience, a conducive online atmosphere and a seamless, interactive, insightful, and meaningful conference. The statements of the speakers and the moderators in today's MAP web conference will express their own insights and personal opinions with their proprietary rights. These should not be construed as an official position of the Management Association of the Philippines. With this, we begin our first session for today's conference, ASEAN's Challenges in a New Geopolitical Era. Our first distinguished speaker today, a world-renowned economics professor, innovative educator, best-selling author, and global leader in sustainable development, hailed by the New York Times as probably the most important economist in the world, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jeffrey D. Sachs.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And I hope that you can hear me. I hope that you can hear me. We've been battling technology, but I think that we have finally maybe the major success is a good lesson. When all else fails, turn off your computer, turn it back on. I hope that I'm being heard. Am I being heard? Am I being heard? Yes, okay, good. Thank you very much. So the solution in the end was to turn off the computer and to turn it back on. If we could do that with my government in the United States, turn it off and turn on a new government, we would have a better world. So maybe there's a good lesson in all of this. We are in the midst of a colossal global crisis, and ASEAN obviously is very much affected by this massive global crisis. And I wanted to sort out as best I can a little bit of the challenge right now in just the few minutes that we have. I think that we are in the midst of a new geopolitical alignment and a new world taking shape. And the COVID crisis is not only a terrible crisis in its own right, but it is also making visible some of the incredible facts of our world right now. And also it is accelerating some of the geopolitical change. So the first fact that COVID-19 is making very clear, if we didn't know it already, is that we are in a massive global environmental crisis. In fact, we are in 4 simultaneous massive environmental crises. The fact that we have this epidemic disease is itself part of the environmental crisis because, as you know, we have been having wave after wave of newly emerging diseases that result from the way that human beings are intervening in the environmental systems. And new viruses and other pathogens are spreading from animal populations to human populations because of the dislocations of nature. In this case, a virus has spread from bats to humans and from humans to a world pandemic. And this is crisis number one. Crisis number two is climate change, also related to the massive dislocations that humans are causing on the planet. We have extreme storms, more typhoons, more heat waves, and changing disease patterns because of the human-made climate change. Third is massive destruction of habitat, such as the deforestation in the Philippines and the deforestation over much of Southeast Asia. And the fourth environmental crisis is mega pollution, the pollution of chemicals, the pollution of the air, the pollution of the oceans with plastics. So this environmental catastrophe is bearing down on us now. And this is disrupting the entire world. In the United States, we have three massive environmental crises occurring simultaneously today. So we have the COVID-19 pandemic. We have a hurricane striking the Gulf of Mexico, probably hitting Texas or Louisiana within a few hours. And we have the whole Pacific coast on fire, with massive forest fires in California, Oregon, and Washington state. This is rather depressing and rather remarkable, but it is also related to a common fact, which is that our governments, and in my case, the United States, President Trump, is ignorant and in denial. And so we have had these crises building, but this stupid man that we have as President of the United States says today it's going to get colder. Just like he said a few months ago the virus would go away. It's shocking to have the 330 million people of the United States so devastatingly affected by the ignorance of one person, but it's actually affecting the entire world right now. So this is massive crisis number one. Massive change number two is the technological changes underway. These are disrupting the whole world economy, even aside from COVID-19. The digital age is upending the way the world economy works. Those countries that are in a strong position to be leaders in the new digital era are getting ahead. Those countries that depend on labor-intensive manufacturing and are not advanced digital societies are going to fall further and further behind. And COVID-19 has accelerated dramatically the shift to the digital world. Related to these is the geopolitical change. The United States was a world leader until recently. The complete incompetence of the U.S. government, however, shows that the United States cannot lead anymore. And the nationalism and selfishness of the Trump strategy of America first shows that the United States is also not worthy of leadership anymore. At the same time, China, as a rapidly rising power, and one, incidentally, that was able to get the pandemic under control quickly, has had a rebound of the economy and growing economic strength, and I believe growing geopolitical strength as well. So this is a complicated world because we are in the midst of three huge, complex changes: environmental, technological, and geopolitical. Now, if we were rational and well-governed, we would actually find a way through this without massive pain and suffering. The epidemic, for example, is itself controllable through rational policies. Indeed, throughout almost all of Southeast Asia, other than the Philippines and Indonesia, the virus is essentially under control because very serious public health efforts were made in China, Taiwan, Hong Kong, South Korea, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Malaysia, and these have kept the transmission of the virus to a very low level. So the good news is it's possible to control this pandemic. And I very much hope that the Philippines could learn the lessons of the neighbors all around you, north, south, to Australia, New Zealand, to your neighbors in ASEAN, to get this epidemic under control through serious public health means, through testing, contact tracing, quarantining, physical distancing. It's possible to contain the epidemic. Similarly, it is possible to stop human-induced climate change by moving decisively to a renewable energy economy. In the Philippines or in the United States, to move to wind power, solar power. In the case of the Philippines, massive geothermal energy makes it possible, in fact, all over the world, for countries to make the transformation from the fossil fuel-based economy that is causing the climate change to a safe, renewable energy system. Once again, if we had serious, rational, consequent governance in our countries, we would be making a steady transformation in the right direction. But instead, in my country, you have a president who is in complete denial, basically because he is a liar, about climate change. And now we have the largest state in the country in massive blaze and massive loss of life taking place. So again, a rational strategy would allow a solution. Similarly, the digital economy offers phenomenal opportunities, positive opportunities for us, because with universal access to digital technologies, it would be possible to have distance education, e-governance, e-payments, e-commerce, telemedicine, internationalization of skilled labor through online work, and so forth. And this would all tremendously facilitate economic development. But that requires a serious program of action to ensure digital coverage for all people. We don't have that in the United States, and I'm afraid that the same is true in the Philippines and in other countries as well. It's a matter of governance. So my view is actually rather straightforward, and I'm expressing it in a very short period of time because I know time is limited and I got started late because of the technology, and I apologize. Governments need coherent, professionalized strategies to implement sustainable development. Today, that starts with containing the COVID epidemic through serious public health interventions, not comprehensive lockdowns, but the measures that I spoke of earlier, which need to be systematic, data-based, and comprehensive, just like in the neighborhood of the Philippines. Second, countries need comprehensive strategies to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The Sustainable Development Goals are a holistic approach to ensure universal access to healthcare, education, infrastructure on a gender parity basis. And this too requires serious planning and step-by-step actions. Plans for decarbonizing the energy system, plans for universal health coverage, plans for universal completion of secondary education. And with these steps, it is possible to make serious economic breakthroughs. Again, in order to do that, one needs clear action plans, milestones, real-time data, and management for results. Of all the Sustainable Development Goals, incidentally, I would say the most important is education. And here I would like to see the Philippines' education move to universal completion of at least secondary school, upper secondary, for all children, because this will be vital for the Philippines' well-being and its economic development in the future. I titled my brief remarks about ASEAN because I believe that in order to stop the pandemic, in order to make the energy transformation, in order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, we need regional cooperation. We need countries working together on the energy systems, on the land management, on the data systems, and so forth. This is what Europe is doing with its European Green Deal, which is a very impressive action program for the 27 countries of the European Union to coordinate on the energy transformation, the sustainable land use, and the movement to circular economy to reduce pollution. I strongly urge a ASEAN Green Deal that also focuses on the energy transformation, sustainable land use, and reduced pollution. And if ASEAN were to work holistically together in this kind of comprehensive program, a tremendous amount of progress could be achieved. And then I want to close again with the geopolitics. The last thing that the world needs is a Cold War between the United States and China. But that's what my incompetent government in the United States is trying to provoke. It somehow believes that by having harsh relations with China, it can get countries to line up with the United States, oppose China, and ensure American hegemony globally. Well, this is, of course, a fantasy, and a very dangerous one, and especially dangerous for ASEAN. We don't want a Cold War. We need urgently not only regional cooperation within ASEAN, but global cooperation with Europe, China, Japan, Korea, the United States, all partners of ASEAN, without a new global division. And this is especially important for ASEAN countries because the economic relations with China are of the utmost importance for all of the goals that I've stated. And the Belt and Road Initiative is of strategic benefit for ASEAN if it is carried out properly in a sustainable development manner. So the thrust of my remarks is that we are living in a very dangerous period where we need to think and plan rationally. We need to stop the human-made environmental disasters. We need to use effectively the new technologies and ensure that there is universal access for the digital technologies for all. And we need global and regional geopolitical cooperation. I want more than anything a strong ASEAN, which can be a strong partner for the European Union, for the United States, for China, and a strong enough friend of the United States to say to the United States, no Cold War. We want cooperation on all sides so that we can solve these global problems. Thank you very much for letting me be with you to share a few remarks. I hope that I could be heard. It's a pleasure to be with you, and I wish the Philippines all best efforts and best of luck in containing this terrible pandemic so that you can restore economic development and good cooperation within ASEAN and throughout the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jeffrey Sachs. To moderate today's question and answer with Dr. Sachs, joining us via Skype audio, please welcome the adjunct professor at the Asian Institute of Management, Dr. Federico Poch M. Macaranas.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sachs. It was truly a wonderful experience here with you, a very good summation of the hope and implication for ASEAN. We are very pleased that you have shared with us your thoughts about the geopolitical situation in the world to inspire the sustainable development agenda that was trying to push not only for 2030 beyond. While we are collecting the questions and answers to the participants, we settled in one idea that we started, and that is the role of the United States in making sure that the strong ASEAN will not to choose between China and the United States. And right in Washington, D.C., seems to be against this ASEAN preferred stand that it not be made to choose with the U.S. and China. What are your thoughts on the possibility that this will change the near future?
Thank you very much, Professor Poch, and very nice to see you. I believe that it is extremely important for ASEAN as a group, because it's a major group of countries of great significance, to say very clearly, we do not want a Cold War. We want open relations both with China and with the United States. We do not choose between them, and we do not believe that the world benefits from division and the kind of trade war that the United States is attempting. And I believe also that it would be very important for ASEAN to convey this thought not only to the United States and China, but also to the European Union as well. Because the European Union also does not want to choose between the United States and China. Nobody wants to choose between the two other than in the nationalist or hyper-nationalist vision of Trump and his cronies. And so this is really a situation where the United States needs to hear very clearly, and the American people need to hear very clearly, we do not want a new Cold War, because that will endanger everybody, and it will diminish the chance for economic recovery for everybody. Whereas if we have cooperation, we can actually get something done. The United States is telling countries in ASEAN, don't buy Chinese equipment, don't buy Chinese technology, don't participate in the Belt and Road Initiative. All of this is nonsense and harmful, and it really should be answered with a very clear message. Do not make us choose, because we have no reason other than to cooperate with all parts of the world. ASEAN's core strategy should be cooperation with all regions and strong internal cooperation as well. And this, I think, can be made very clear, and I believe that by making it clear, it can have a very positive effect.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sachs. While we're collecting the questions from the audience, I may follow up on your book. You did say that your proposal for ethics in action will be a very critical part of the global public goods strategy. Ethics in action, you called for the moral precepts common to the great religions and faiths, the golden rule, the preferential option for the poor, leaving no one behind, and the protection of creation. This resonates very well with the world's religions, indeed. What are the recent developments on your end for this ethics in action? Are there continuing efforts in regional fora, and not only global fora, so that in Asia, we hammer on this very important ethics in action? Because we have to convince the leaders of this region to really abide by a universal set of norms that the great religions have preached and practiced.
Thank you very much. Just today, I had a conference online with the Vatican about these issues, about the case for a moral framework for a new global financial system, for justice and mercy, and the fact that in all of the great religions, indeed, there is a common view about what human responsibility and human dignity requires. And so I believe very much that we need this kind of ethical framework, and we need to go back to an old concept that our leaders need to be ethical leaders as well. In other words, our leaders need to behave in an ethical manner and to promote the ethics of their nations. It's almost unimaginable now for the United States, I'm so sorry to say, because we have probably the least ethical president that we have ever had in our history, a tax evader and a chronic liar that is our president. And this is tremendously demoralizing and extremely dangerous, in fact, for our country and I believe for the world. And so my studies have suggested to me that there is a common core of ethics of Chinese culture, Japanese culture, Korean culture, Christian cultures, Muslim cultures, that we can cultivate and use as a common framework of action. And I also believe that with Pope Francis being the world's most important leader in ethics, we have the chance, in fact, to build this kind of global ethics that can help to guide us in a far more fruitful and safe and humane way than we have been going in recent years. In the United States, people thought, well, we need a tough man as president. But when you have a tough man as president, it turns out to endanger the lives of one's citizens. In the United States, we have 200,000 deaths from COVID because while we may have a tough man or a man who pretends to be tough as president, he does not have a heart and he has not shown a brain. And without this ethical framework, we are not moving forward.
Okay, thank you very much for that very, very interesting answer. We go now to the questions from the audience. Returning back to the pandemic, there is a geopolitical shift because China, which has been the source of the original coronavirus, of course, as you said, has recovered economically in a dramatic way. And the question here is, what should the countries in the world do? Should they first concentrate on their own internal pandemic control, or should they contribute also to the international efforts? It seems that countries can have both internal and external ways of solving this. The external, of course, is the vaccine distribution. What are your thoughts on this?
Of course, we need both. Each country making the maximum efforts domestically through the public health measures that I indicated. Testing, and there's not enough testing underway in the Philippines, unfortunately. There needs to be much more. Contact tracing, quarantining, where people are infected or suspected to be infected, physical distancing, of course, face mask wearing, safe workspaces, work from home, and so on, to the extent possible. And also stopping large gatherings, which become major ways that the disease is transmitted. So these are standard public health measures that each country needs to take on its own. The Philippines is surrounded by countries that have actually stopped the pandemic. And I think it would be helpful for China or Korea or New Zealand or other neighbors of the Philippines also help accelerate the suppression of the virus in the Philippines. More test kits, more technical support, contact tracing, and so forth. This would be the national effort. Then I think there should be a regional effort, and I like the regional comprehensive economic partnership grouping that includes ASEAN, China, Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand to work together to reopen trade and movement of people within the RCEP 15-country region. Now, for that to happen, the Philippines and Indonesia will have to suppress the epidemic more than has been done till now. But I would suggest working within this RCEP concept of the 15 countries to look for regional cooperation to accelerate the opening of the trade, tourism, movement of people once again within the 15-country region based on the success of all 15 countries in suppressing the pandemic.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sachs. What a wonderful way of saying, indeed, we need to ramp up our own internal efforts and at the same time contribute to the success of a regional cooperation in the RCEP, which of course is the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership that is more favorable to the inclusion of China versus the alternative, which is the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is what the U.S. was pushing all this time.
Just to say, the idea of the U.S. to have an economic partnership in Asia that excluded China was, on its face, incredibly stupid. How could you have an economic partnership that did not include the largest economy of Asia and think that this would somehow be meaningful? It takes a special kind of arrogance, which is American arrogance, to believe in such an idea. And so, of course, we can't have a partnership that excludes China. China's the major trading partner in the region. We need a partnership that includes China. This is self-evident, and no one should think differently.
Right. This brings us to China's own potential competitor in the economic upswing. It is known that India is going to be a major contender in terms of the economy. And the question now is, how will the US-China and the China-India standoffs affect ASEAN solidarity for promoting, indeed, the public goods that you described?
I hope that President Biden is president soon, and that we will be beyond the very crude attempts by Trump to foment unrest. And if that's the case, while there will be many, many issues between the U.S. and China to be resolved, the idea of creating blocs to oppose each other, I think can be overcome. Just like I don't want a Cold War between the U.S. and China, we certainly don't want a confrontation between China and India. And the United States, of course, is trying to organize a bloc of India, Japan, Korea, Australia, New Zealand, as part of an expanded effort to surround China. Again, this is dangerous, naive thinking, because we urgently need cooperation, not confrontation. So I believe that if the United States would stop this kind of effort, we would find much more common ground as well between China and India, for example, which is important. India should have been part of the RCEP trade agreement. It was a mistake, but I think also probably provoked in part by the United States, as well as by India's internal politics, not to have signed RCEP. But I think that it would be much smarter and safer for India to be part of this agreement, and then to look at this vast region of Asia as having, again, the center of gravity of world economic activity, and it would be an extremely positive strategy for the countries involved. So this is what I hope would happen.
And finally, we wish to call attention to what you have noted. The digital revolution is going to be part of the global and regional solutions to this tripartite issue of environment, the physical world, and then the social institutions that make up the world, and of course, the technology that businesses rely on. What do you think is going to happen when China itself relies on American electronic manufacturers to fuel its own growth of the goods that are sold to the world? Will this really also change China's attitude so that it is less confrontational with the U.S., realizing its own interdependence will be the major factor, and not controlling the South China Sea, which is the physical issue of fear being contained by the U.S. in its pivot to Asia? So do you think there must be also a way of convincing China that they must understand the needs of the interdependent world?
Well, the interdependent world is a very important and good idea. But what the United States has done recently, of course, is to say that no company should sell advanced chips to China. So the U.S. is trying to crush Huawei. It's trying to crush the Chinese semiconductor manufacturing sector and so forth. I think that this is, again, a very crude approach. The U.S. is trying to show its dominance. And my feeling is that this does not prove interdependence. It accelerates China's catching up in advanced technologies, because China has many, many skilled scientists and technologists and companies, and I believe that China will be able to close the gap with the United States on the very small nanometer microchips sooner than American strategists believe, and that this attempt to cut China off from U.S. technology will actually accelerate the technologies in China. So I don't believe that we achieve cooperation this way. I think we achieve cooperation through trust and long-term stable patterns of relations, not through trade wars, threats, and deliberate moves to try to organize blocs against China. So I'm fearful of the direction we're going, and believe that it could become very dangerous indeed if Trump is reelected.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Sachs. And maybe I would like to end by asking, the 7 ages of globalization teach us lessons on the political institutions that govern humankind. What would you think are the most impressive lessons from these 7 ages of 70,000 years that deserve to be studied carefully by all leaders of the world today?
I hope that people will have a look at my new book, because it tries to give a summary of globalization in terms of geography, institutions, and technology, and the interaction of these 3 fundamental dimensions of our lives, because geography shapes the world economy, it shapes our societies and our interactions. Our institutions, obviously, are how we govern ourselves, and technology is perhaps the fundamental driver of change, now the digital technologies. My point is that technological advances can be beneficial for the world, but when they destabilize geopolitics, they can be very dangerous as well. And so because we are in this transitional period, it's especially important that we emphasize cooperation over conflict. That's the main lesson that I take from history.
Thank you very much. Indeed, what we sometimes tell our millennials, you can be friends and enemies at the same time. Frenemy. So this is very contemporary. And thank you very much, Dr. Sachs, for such a splendid explanation of the geopolitical constraints facing Asia, especially ASEAN, as we move towards the major issues of income inequality, environmental crisis, and our geopolitical shifts. Thank you very much again, Dr. Sachs.
Thank you. Wonderful to be with you, and all best wishes to all my friends in the Philippines, and thanks to MAP for including me in this session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jeffrey Sachs, and thank you as well to our moderator, Dr. Federico Poch Macaranas from the Asian Institute of Management. Before we move on to the second session, we have a poll happening right now to find out your thoughts and opinions on the conference experience and our sessions. Your answer would be greatly appreciated as we craft our succeeding conferences. PwC, in cooperation with the Management Association of the Philippines, conducted a survey with the country's CEOs and asked them about how they plan to adjust their current business plans and succeed in the changed environment the COVID-19 global pandemic brought. Here are some of their views in the PwC MAP CEO Survey 2020. morning once again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second session of the 18th MAP International CEO Web Conference 2020, A Whole New World, Reigniting the Stalled Global Economy. Our second session will talk about business in the new economic universe, rebuilding amidst changed global dynamics. And here to forge the way is the global leader for strategy and leadership of PwC. Please welcome Mr. Blair H. Shepard.
I'm thrilled to be here, and thank you very much for having me. I hope we have an interesting conversation for the next little while. The story I am going to tell you actually begins 4 years ago, in 2016. We had, as you'd expected, built a strategy for the firm, and kind of uncreatively called Vision 2020 at the time. And we had built it on sort of some pretty serious trends that had been going on for a long time. And we had traveled around the world and come back and collectively said it felt like the world's gotten pretty gritty. It's gotten pretty tough. And are these trends still relevant? So if I could move to the next slide. What we did was actually have a few questions. The primary one being, what are you worried about? That we sort of asked in people in 60 countries around the world. So half of a significant portion of the people were sort of government leaders, a significant portion of the people were leaders of civil society, many of them clients like yourselves, and then we just talked to people in coffee shops and talked at the dinner table with people. And what we discovered is in every country in the world, the same 5 issues were being worried about at all levels of society, from government to business to individuals. You never get this except in circumstances of war or the events we've been going through for the last 6 months. And so we were struck by that, by the complete parallel across the world in terms of what we were worried about. They were worried about, and we coined the phrase adapt to summarize them. They were worried about disparity, which we captured with the word asymmetry, between people, between regions, between generations. They're worried about the disruptive impact of technology on their lives and the environment. They were worried about polarization and its impact within society and between nations. And somehow they were worried about trust in leaders and trust in institutions that just weren't working. And in different countries, the relative age of the country would actually accelerate those problems. So in Germany, they're worried about, we feel like we're all getting old and we're ready to retire. Where in Nigeria, they were saying, where are the jobs going to be? Where's the education going to be? And so that age was seen as an accelerator of the other worries. So as you would hope a firm like ours, an accounting firm in its origins would do, we want to say, are these worries real? Right? And so if I could go to the next slide. What we did was we actually went to 14 different countries around the world and did a deep dive around each of those issues. And I have to tell you, I'm an optimist. I mean, I've spent my entire life sort of being optimistic about the future of the world through opening campuses in China that people thought would be impossible for a university like to do when I was a dean at Duke, at the Fuqua School at Duke, to doing all sorts of things where I just said, the world's going to be better, let's get it there. And we begrudgingly came to conclude that there are 4 significant crises that the world has a decade to take care of, and if they don't, we're in serious trouble. Right? So if we go to the next slide, let me describe the first of these crises. The challenge in part is, because of the disparity that exists in the world, as you look across the lifespan everywhere in the world, you have people who feel like their future is going to be worse than their current reality. So let's go to the aging population, people about to retire. If I give you U.S. data as the starting point, it turns out there's 42% of Americans in private employment, not in the government, but in the private sector, who have less than $10,000 set aside for retirement. And the 42% are people between 55 and 65. So, and if you just go up a little bit more to $30,000 or $40,000, you capture 2/3 of the total American population who work in the private sector. That means a massive number of Americans are going to retire essentially bankrupt. Now, what we were thinking was this is probably an American phenomenon. So then we studied around the world, and what you'll see in the upper right-hand side is actually every country has people retiring with far fewer resources than you would expect for them to live through the rest of their lifespan. So we are essentially going to retire a host of people without sufficient resources for them to live a decent quality life. Now move all the way to the younger generation, and what you find is that actually they're graduating from high school or college or elementary school into a work environment where, except in the places where they've emerged from poverty, where actually the job prospects are worse than they were just a little while ago, where a lot of them have debt, significant debt, and a lot of debt comes from actually having to live while they're actually working their way through school. And where one of the things that people do to sort of accrue some sense of wealth in life is just out of reach. So if you look at the graph on the upper left-hand side, what you'll see is that the cost of housing in most of the cities in the world, including Manila, far outstrip the ability of the median person to achieve it. So in 5 cities in China, the cost of housing is 40 times median income. Now, a bank won't lend you money above 3, right? So we have the youngest population graduating into a world that looks not all that pretty. We have the oldest population in a circumstance where they're not going to be supported. And then, as you'll notice, with the data from the Philippines, the people who are working and are most likely to be put out of work because of robots and AI are accumulating debt just to live. All right. So the issue here is, if I feel like my future is going to be worse than my current reality, the problem is I stop dreaming, I stop hoping, I stop imagining, I stop doing things. And so the consequence is we essentially think our way into a depression. Our sense is that if the world continues on the disparity path I just described, we have a decade before we're in real trouble. Now, the second challenge, we go to the next slide. Essentially, what's happened with the Industrial Revolution, and more recently with the technology revolution, is that we have created essentially a much better lifestyle for ourselves. We've created things that are just unimaginable, but we've embedded them in our entire lives. And so if you think about the challenge that Professor Sachs described at the start of his talk, the environmental challenge, it's actually not just that we have to change our energy practices. We have to change every aspect of how we live. We have to change how we grow food. We have to change how we transport. We have to change how we build. We have to change how we manufacture. We even have to change how we take leisure, because essentially we've built the assumption of the industrial model into our lifestyle, and that model is based on carbon as a source of energy, as a primary source of energy. Now, it turns out if you take that same notion of sort of ubiquity, it's everywhere, and you apply it to platforms, the challenge with IT is when there's a problem with it, it's a population level problem. And so there's 3 examples that I've illustrated up here, right? The first example is that actually if we accelerate at the pace we're accelerating technology, a massive number of people will lose jobs and have to transition to new forms of work. On the right-hand side, what you sort of see is that AI actually is this thing that we don't know we can really control. But the thing I want to highlight for everybody are actually the personal and societal consequences of platform technology. So it turns out, when I was a kid, if I died because I either had an accident or I caught a disease. The fastest growing cause of death among teenage males is now suicide. Now, girls don't commit suicide. What happens is they actually self-harm. But in both cases, it's a result of growing depression episodes and growing anxiety episodes, where the one thing that's really different between the world I lived in and the world they live in is social media. Now, I promise the inventors of social media never meant to have that consequence. But it's a side effect, and because it's everywhere, it affects the entire population. Another really quick example is, turns out, because of the ubiquity of mobile telephones, our short-term memory is declining. Right? Now, the thing that you should worry about is the weakest part of the human brain, the part of the human brain which is actually not advanced from a chimpanzee, is our attention span and our short-term memory. So if I were to be kind of cute about it, we are now dumber than a chimp because of the phone we carry with us like this, right? Now, I promise that was never the intent of mobile telephone creators, but it's the consequence of ubiquity. The issue is AI and analytics and technology will be so pervasive in our lives in the next decade, it will be hard to unroot them, just the same way that getting carbon out of our environment today is really, really hard because it requires a complete change in lifestyle. So now let's go to the third crisis. The next slide, please. The challenge with this is that actually, because of the first two, if I feel like my future is going to be worse than my current circumstance, and if I feel like the technology is somehow disadvantaging me and leaving me behind, I start to lose faith in institutions. And so what you see here is, for very different reasons, people uprising against the institution. I don't trust the leader was elected. I don't trust the system is taking over. I don't trust the police force. I don't trust the decisions you're taking within your country. Now, you could say, but Blair, those are just the people who are actually going on the streets. Well, here's the evidence that's kind of troubling. So if you look at the Edelman survey related to the degree to which people trust institutions, we now have less than 20% of the world's population. This is a global survey of the world's population believing the system is working for them. And that number is shrinking every year, right? It used to be over 20, it's now down to 18%, and it's shrinking every year. And we have nearly half the population saying the system is working against me, and the rest saying, I'm just not sure. Now that's a really terrible circumstance to have, because the thing about institutions is they are for people what water is for fish. If we can't trust the legal system, if we can't trust the education system, we can't trust the political system, what happens is we just art is declining at a rate where we have a decade where we're really, really, really in trouble. Now let's go to the last challenge. The last challenge, which is if you go to the next slide, the last challenge is really a challenge of leadership. And if we can move to the slide, please. And the point I want to highlight here is that think of the challenge the leaders have today. So the first thing is they have dramatically huge issues to deal with if you think of things I just described. Second, they're dealing with societies that are increasingly polarized with a social system that's stopping them from being able to sort of get sides to agree with each other, and we don't trust them. Now, so essentially, our leaders are starting a step down. But the other point, which I think may be an even more important point, is they were prepared for a world we no longer live in. And so we can point to all the failures of leadership in the world. At some level, it's actually people trying to lead in a world that no longer exists. So that's the story that we drew, and then COVID hit. If we could move 2 slides, please. What happened when COVID hit is that actually at a societal level and a business level, we had massive damage in 3 profound ways, distinct from the virus itself, right? The first is that we created huge harm to the balance sheet of countries and to the balance sheets of companies. Now, it turns out maybe 15% of the companies in the world actually are better off as a result because they happen to be in the right sectors. But if you look across the vast majority of sectors, their balance sheets are really, really, really in trouble. Government balance sheets, same thing. We've had whole sectors that have been harmed. We've had customers have been harmed. We've had employees have been left behind. And we have small business in serious trouble. So here's the problem we have. We have the issues I described earlier occurring at a time when actually we have a crisis on our hands and not really the attentional capacity nor the resources to deal with those issues. So what did COVID do to them? Let's go to the next slide if we could, please. What happened there is that essentially COVID has accelerated the challenges that I described in the first slide, ADAPT, or said differently, the crises are probably 7 or 8 years away, no longer 10 years away. So just a few examples. If you take disparity, if you take asymmetry, you take the crisis of prosperity, best guess is there's 120 million people who have been driven back into poverty as a result of COVID. And a lot of those people were just dropped off a cliff, essentially. Right? So we now have a circumstance where the world was beginning to emerge from poverty, and we've just shoved it straight back at a time when actually people who had invested in technology companies were getting massive returns at the same time. So the gap is growing, the gap across regions is growing, and the gap across generations is growing. Second thing, if I was worried about the ubiquity of technology, the technology being everywhere, we certainly accelerated the likelihood that occurred by actually having to go to formats like this to run this event instead of all of us flying to meet you in Manila. And for a while, I think we've actually benefited climate, but it turns out we are still increasing carbon dioxide equivalents in the atmosphere and have not shrunk it even with the reduction that we had. And I think that we've become incredibly sensitized to the effects, so climate will come back with a vengeance. And I think in many, many, many places in the world, we have reduced our trust in institutions and trust in leaders, and some have gone up. And finally, if you think about international relations, the drive to localize for national security and national resilience issues just increased polarization, and polarization increased within our own societies. So here's the problem we have. If we go to the next slide. Everyone in this meeting has a triple problem that they have to solve simultaneously. And one of the things you need to think about is that the skills we developed in people don't match doing these things all at the same time. So the first thing we have to do is we have to repair the damage of COVID. We've got to fix the balance sheet. We've got to figure out how to get national debt under control. And if you think about the level of national debt, it is massively larger than what happened in the economic crisis in 2007, 2008. And most countries, it took them 10 years to recover from that. So we're talking about a decades-long repair problem. We have to get small business back up somehow. We have to get people back to work. And we have to restoke the domestic product of our nations and then bring the people out of poverty as much as we can. So we've got to repair the damage. And at a corporate level, we've got to bring our employees back to work. We've got to get customers back on board. We've got to repair the supply chain. And we have to clearly fix our balance sheets. But the problem is the amount of attention that's going to take and the difficulty of doing that is really, really, really hard. But I'm sorry to say, at exactly the same time, we're going to have to rethink our entire model for how we run the country and how we run business, because the forces I described are pressing on us at the pace that's really pretty remarkable. And therefore, we can't wait. We can't repair it, take the 2 or 3 years to get back up, and then say, let's rethink it. Because if you think about just the example of climate, we have to change every aspect of the value chain in our lives, which will require massive rethinking of every sector. It will require massive remaking of our lifestyles. They can all be way better, but massive rethinking. We have to do that rethinking. We have to put it largely in place, and we have to be mostly successful 10 years from now. We don't have to start. We have to be nearly done. If we don't start now, we have no chance of getting there. If we don't fix the institutions now, our public won't allow us to run them anymore. If we don't fix the disparity issue now, the depression will stop us from being able to do the repair. So every one of the issues I described as acute long-term challenges have to be solved simultaneously with repair. And then we have to actually completely reconfigure our business to deal with the consequences of both of those things occurring. Now, I promise you that I think I just described one of the most challenging leadership issues you'll ever see. And you're going to have to do that understanding a completely different technological base for how you run your business on a go-forward basis. God bless the person who chooses to be a leader today. In a sense, God bless all of you, because you have both the most interesting challenge, but actually one of the most difficult challenges we've ever seen, and we're asking you to lead, and we're going to have to ask you to lead in an entirely different way. So what does rethink look like? Let's put some meat on the bones around this issue of rethink. If we go to the next slide. So for business, it really means 5 things, right? The first one is, because of the pressing nature of climate, you're going to have to figure out how to get to net zero far faster than you thought you were going to. And you're going to have to mitigate the physical risks of climate, right? And it turns out they're coming faster than we thought. No one thought that the California forests were going to burn as fast as they did. And no one thought that actually in California they were going to be forced to shut down the utility plants because the specs did not assume it would be over 105 degrees a day for 3 days in a row. Now you could say, well, Blair, that's a unique issue in California. Well, it turns out 6 months earlier, exactly the same thing happened in Brazil. And so what we're seeing is an accelerated rate of physical risk concern. In Southeast Asia, it's primarily water, but it's everything really, right? And so you're going to have to both get to net zero faster and navigate the risks for your business. The second thing is, because we've accelerated progress to platform technology, you're going to have to compete in a platform-based world. It doesn't mean you have to be one, but it means you have to be able to make money in a world where actually the ways in which we connect to people, we sell to people, we interact with people, we gather data from people is essentially on ubiquitous, very large-scale platforms. The third thing we're going to have to do is we're going to have to figure out how to manage in a world where there is still significant global interdependence, but there's a much greater focus on doing things we need done locally, right? Now the reason for that is that, first of all, the world was already fracturing, as I articulated before, but actually it got accelerated because most nations discovered that they had significant national security risks. And because there is the risk of a challenge between the EU and China, or the US and China, or the EU and the US, or any number of nations having a challenge with each other, they're going to be forced to figure out what are the strategic things we need to do locally. And then finally, if you think about what I just described, that entails a massive reconfiguration of how people work, including dealing with the people that we're going to lay off as a result of all the things we just did. And then finally, what organizations are going to have to figure out how to do is report on those so you retain the permission to make the change, because remember, we don't trust institutions, we don't trust leaders anywhere near as much as we did a decade ago. So that's the organizational rethink. Let's do the societal one for a minute. And this is a good way to then go to question. We go to the next slide. If you go back and say, so where did all this come from, right? Essentially, it's a consequence of 70 years of success. So after the Second World War, the world kind of got together and agreed on 3 core assumptions about how we were going to build multilateral institutions, how we were going to build business, how we were going to learn to work together, right? And we integrated massive economies like China and India into that world partway through, on the understanding that they agreed with the same basic principles. Here's what they are. First, that globalization is inherently good. Second, that technology is inherently good. And third, that simple measures of success like GDP and shareholder value are the right way to measure how well those 2 things are doing. Now, it turns out those are really good measures if what you're trying to do is recover from a war, and what you're trying to do is integrate 3 billion people into your economy. The problem is they're incomplete. And because they're incomplete, when you apply them again and again and again and again over 70 years, they start to show their dark side. So, for example, globalization, left to its own devices, when you focus on shareholder value, will result in regional disparity. When you layer in technology on top of that, and winner take all as a consequence of technology platforms, what happens is we concentrate wealth in individuals. And then finally, when capital is allocated against that, we accrue massive wealth in some groups, and the next generation is left behind. Now, it turns out if we had GDP, if we had a broader measure than GDP, we would have found those issues. But because we're focusing on GDP, we didn't see them until it was too late. If we had a more sophisticated sense of globalization, saying, well, actually, maybe we should start with thinking about building local strength first and then interdependence globally, we'd have been better off. And if we thought about technology and recognized that it actually has some side effects we never intended, we would have had a different circumstance. So what we need to do essentially is take the best of what got us here and then add some distinctive color to it that makes it a more sophisticated worldview. So let's go to the next slide. And we need to essentially say, it doesn't make sense to globalize unless we actually build local strength first. It doesn't make sense to measure narrowly unless we can include more inclusive and interdependent measures. And it doesn't make sense to drive technology mindlessly without considering its unintended consequences. And if we can do that, if we can build leaders who can lead that, we can get the world there. Now, here's the challenge. What I just described took 70 years to build the academic literature around. It took 70 years to build institutions around. It took 70 years to build whole government models around. It took 70 years to build business models and legal systems around. And we have a decade to change this. That's an unheard of rate of speed we have to make a change. And so there's some things we're just going to have to drive really, really, really quickly. So that's the really thing problem. Now, let me leave you with, I hope, a sense of hope. If there's anything we learned from COVID, it's that we can do things massively and fast. And I think we need to take that opportunity, and what we need to do is say, there is a chance for us to leave the world much, 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 much better and have a pretty good living at the same time. And who in the world ever gets a chance to wake up and think about doing that? That's our opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blair Shepard. To moderate today's question and answer with Mr. Shepard, please welcome the Managing Partner for Deals and Corporate Finance for Isla Filipina and Company, PwC Philippines, Ms. Mary Jade T. Rojas Divina Gracia.
Thank you so much, and good evening, Blair. That should be Isla Filipina and Company. Anyway, Blair, that was some thought-provoking presentation that we gave. But before we start, I just want to ask our audience that for this session, we'd like to encourage you to type in your questions through the Zoom chat box. And please put your complete name, because those whose questions will be selected will get a hard copy of Blair's newest book, 10 Years to Midnight, The 4 Urgent Global Crises and Their Strategic Solutions. So Blair, let me just start out by saying that these are serious issues that you've discussed, which will probably keep many of us awake at night. Let's elaborate more on the crisis of prosperity. For the first time ever in the United States, the 12 richest people have accumulated wealth of about $1 trillion. Now, I can't begin to imagine how much money that is, but you have that on one end, but on the other end, you also have 700 million people who are going hungry because of poverty.
Yes.
How can we close this colossal income disparity, and what is the role of business here when most often, let's face it, the primary objective of business is to create shareholder value?
Yeah, I think the issue is that what's happened with platform technology is a phenomenon winner take all. It was actually a former colleague of mine at Duke, when I was at Duke, who first did this research. And the way to think about it, for those of you who are soccer fans, is that the lowest paid soccer player in a Premier League team is paid way, way more than the best player in a second division team, even though they're not very different in their skill base, right? So what happens with platform technology is small differences get accentuated. The other thing that happens is that wealth accrues to those who are technologically sophisticated and have capital. And so there's this really interesting thing, which is actually Apple last week was trading at a value that was larger than the entire FTSE 100 plus $500 billion. Now that is ridiculous accumulation of value to a single thing of a scale we've just never seen before, right? And so if you think about the 7 large platforms, they are concentrating wealth to a way we haven't seen, both between individuals and between companies and between regions. And so part of what we have to do is actually sort of invert the model and pose the question both to them and ourselves, what would it look like if we actually focused on creating thriving local communities first? And so here's the analogy. I used to swim in college. So we're essentially having is a circumstance where we're going to have an Olympics, but there's only 2 or 3 people who are good enough to swim in it. There's only 7 companies that have this massive wealth associated with them. And so it turns out to be pretty boring Olympics. So if you say, how do you fix that? The answer is build local capability first, have good city championships, village championships, they become state or provincial, they become national, and then they become international. You start with local first and rethink the model. We have to do it really quickly.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Blair. And interestingly, actually, there's a question that was sent in by Sam Acosta here, which connects to what you just said. What can you say about the role of infratech in fostering equitable and sustainable developments, especially in the grassroots communities? I think you've alluded to this a little bit when you talked about local first.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting is that actually you can take tech and flip it on its head, right? So for example, if we want to create energy systems that are really efficient, some of those are actually extremely local, right? Where you have local source of supply and a local grid that takes care of things between themselves overnight, right? And tech can actually be moved that way. So essentially, it's essentially rethinking engineering and rethinking how we apply the outcome of technology to say, how do we do it locally? But you know, we can build houses way less expensively with 3D printers. We can do energy. We can take IT and actually use it to accelerate intertrade within a region or within a city or within a village, right? And so it just requires starting with a completely different mindset. It doesn't stop platforms from being there, but their job is to facilitate local success. A big rethink, though, by the way. I mean, I made it sound easy. It's a big rethink.
Yes, indeed. So let's talk about technology a little bit. And certainly, COVID has accelerated the shift to digital. But as I watch the Social Dilemma on Netflix, I can't help but ask, you know, if technology is deliberately being used to influence how we think and how we act. And if that is the case, what is the responsibility of business? Where do we draw the line as business leaders? And how do we actually get ourselves back on track with, you know, the positive side of technology?
It's a great question, Bob. It's a really good question. I always talk about the unintended consequences of technology. You just said, but Blair, there's some intended consequences, right? So the way to think about it is there are 2 groups who control our information right now, right? One of them is government, and the other one is large platform companies, right? Both of them have incentives that aren't perfectly matched to our own, right? That in a sense, government's incentives in some ways is control, right? And the private sector's incentives is to maximize income to the firm. That's kind of why we have regulation, right? So what we need to do is create pretty sophisticated regulation to actually sort of navigate that incentive problem. I think the second thing we have to do is find ways to get the same information and capability into the hands of civil society, so there's kind of a counterweight to what's happening in those 2 other places, right? But it's going to require really sophisticated regulatory thinking And again, the point is we have all these models built on a view of what antitrust looks like, for example, historically. They don't apply in this world. And so we have to think differently about how we regulate. And we've got to get ourselves to school really, really fast.
How much intervention should government put in there, though? I mean, if you know, to correct this, we need regulation, but at the same time, we want free enterprise, we want freedom of spread.
Yeah, so I think part of what we have to do is actually start with the shareholder, and it's beginning, by the way. One of the things that was really impressive, if you think about the amount of momentum that was happening toward ESG in the shareholder community before COVID happened. It was really taking momentum, and I think it will come back. And so at some level, the best form of regulation is self-regulation. So if we can do it ourselves, and I think the way to do that is to focus on educating the shareholder. And the argument basically is, if I'm right that every one of these is a crisis within a decade, it is in your self-interest as a shareholder to take care of them, because they'll undo the business system you make money from if you don't solve it, right? Climate's an existential crisis. If institutions don't work, business doesn't work. So in a sense, as a shareholder, it's in my interest to worry about them. And so I'd start there. And then what that does is it puts appropriate pressure on the business leader to say, build me sustainable success. Don't make decisions that feel good in the short term, but actually are going to hurt the world and yourself in the long term.
10 years is not a long time, Blair. That's pretty scary, and we're talking about massive issues here, and to address them, it will also require an equally massive effort. And, you know, as you pointed out earlier, they're all interrelated. We cannot address one in isolation. You've talked about what, you know, certain lessons that we can take in dealing with COVID that we can apply here. Can you talk more about that, and how do we operationalize that, especially in the Philippines when, you know, we're still in the upswing in terms of the number of COVID cases?
Yeah. So two lessons you can take from COVID, I think, that are kind of important. The first one is it's possible to do things massively and fast, right? No one, if I'd asked anyone listening to this, could you shut an entire economy down overnight? No one would have taken that bet, right? We shut an entire economy down overnight all over the world, right? We've accelerated the development of vaccines in a way that's unheard of, right? By parallel processing, actually building manufacturing ahead of the drug being approved. So we're learning to do things massively and fast. I think what we have to do is take lessons from that and say, what does it look like to drive change at a pace and scale we've never seen before? And let me give you an example of scale. A person in India who's thought a lot about the number of small businesses we need for India to emerge from this crisis says we need 10 million successful small businesses in the next decade. Almost anyone in the world would say that can't be done. Well, it has to be. So the first thing we have to do is accept that the assumptions we had about speed and scale are wrong. We have to get to whole new assumptions about speed and scale. The second thing I think is we have to sort of learn the lessons of the people who are effective leaders, right? So the effective leaders in this circumstance were able to reconcile things that were at odds with each other, paradoxical in a way, right? So they had to be humble enough to know they didn't really know what was going on and seek broad input. So the best leaders sought input from medical practitioners, from epidemiologists, from business, from economists, from leaders in civil society. And they brought it all together and say, what's the right approach here? It even included psychologists, right? What's the right approach here? And I promise when they got the answer, there's no obvious conclusion. But they had the courage, they had the heroism to decide because they knew it needed to happen. So what they were was humble heroes. Now, I just described a paradox, Jay, right? I mean, we're putting things together that don't belong together. The second example is that we needed people who were technically incredibly capable, but actually understood human systems. Now, the problem is most people who study EE or computer science don't study sociology, psychology, anthropology. The people who study humanities don't study EE or computer science. So we have people who don't have the mix of capabilities we need, But the best and the brightest, if you think about Angela Merkel, for example, in Europe, she was really technically sophisticated but understood the system. Same thing in Taiwan. Technically sophisticated, understood the system. And that's the kind of leader we need. So we need leaders who can reconcile paradox.
Talking about those two leaders, we have another question here, Blair. Which country, based on your assessment of how they have performed and showed up in the last decade, will have the greatest potential of making the shifts in repairing, rethinking, and reconfiguring?
Yeah. It's a great question, and I have to say I'm not all that optimistic. But let me describe two categories of country, right? Two categories of country. First one are countries that are mid-size and essentially can benefit by not being in the fight, right? So you could think of a place like Canada, which is adjacent to the United States, but actually isn't in the middle of the chaos, right? One of the things we saw in our CEO survey a year ago was that people were reducing the level of investment they're making in places like China and the US and Germany because they thought it was unsafe, right? So a place like Canada has a chance there. I think the second kind of country is one that's emerging but can emerge into this generation's problem. And so there's several in Southeast Asia that have a chance, right? Including the one we're speaking to today, because essentially becoming the thing we need to be is an opportunity that's easier when you don't have all the stuff in place you have to tear apart first. So those are the two I would give the best shot to.
Great. How do we bring that all back to the Philippines? I mean, you know a bit about the Philippines and how polarized we can be, right? So how do we take what you saw as best practices in other countries and apply it here?
I mean, so first of all, I think there's a critical issue, which is I don't think this is going to be politician-led. I think it's going to be business-led. Right. We need politicians and we need policy, but that just takes a long time to do, and it's really hard, especially in a polarized world, right? And so I think we're going to need business to take the lead. And we're going to have investors and business people step up and say, we've got to build a system that works, right? And then the second one is that you need to find a couple of things that the country can rally around, that they really care about. And I think actually there's a few that are obvious candidates. And then the final one I think is that you have real potential to play two things, which is focus on growing dynamic local economy, but also be a place that feels safe for all sides to be doing business with, right? Because you sit juxtaposed and you're not in either's orbit, right? And so I think there's a chance to be a little like Canada, as I was describing Canada, be in the middle of it, and a little bit like I was describing in Southeast Asian economies, which is you're verging to something new. But it's going to require, I think, some very courageous leadership on the part of your best business leaders and your best politicians. And a real effort to coordinate together to create. And the thing I want to highlight is you don't have a choice, because you're into a decade and it goes really, really, really dark. So get to it.
Yeah, speaking of leaders, COVID is changing the world, and it's changing the way we work and the way we do business. Are we producing the right kind of leaders for the new world, especially when you mentioned earlier that technology is actually making us dumber than the chimpanzees? Is there actually hope for us here?
Yeah, so I think two things. I think the leaders who are presently in place need to be tremendously self-reflective and acknowledge where they need to grow. Right. That's a hard thing to do when you've been successful your entire life, but we all have to acknowledge that we're responsible for creating the world. So a quick quote. I had one of my sons, I was describing the book to him, and he said, "Dad, you're going to remember as the world's worst generation." Right. I don't want to be remembered that way, right? And so it's time for me to wake up and learn to lead differently. And then I think the second thing is that the younger generation grew up in this world, and they actually probably know how to lead. We got to give them more room to lead. And so if we created a massive number of small businesses locally and we gave them rope to grow those businesses. The Philippines, a young country, you gave them a chance, they'll probably find a way for us.
Thank you so much for that, Blair. On that positive note, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Blair Shepard, Global Leader for Strategy and Leadership of PwC. We're going to put our hope on the young generation and the next generation, and hopefully corral technology so it doesn't damage them together.
Yeah, I hope so, and good luck with it, and everyone please be safe. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Together, we now have the opportunity to rethink our strategy, reconfigure the way we do business in order for us to rebuild a better world. Thank you.
Exactly. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blair Shepard, and thank you as well to our moderator, Ms. Mary Jade T. Rojas de Vinagracia from the Isla Lipana PwC Philippines. We now move on to our special segment, Results of the PwC MAP CEO Survey 2020, a survey that asked the country's CEOs to share their views on how the Philippine economy can cope with the challenges the global pandemic has brought and how they plan to adapt their businesses into the new normal. Here to present the survey results is the chair and senior partner of Isla Lipana and Company, PwC Philippines, Attorney Alexander Alex B. Cabrera.
Officers and members and all our speakers, and may I add everyone else viewing or listening in, including the students who I believe are being graded for this event, for participating in this event today. Very pleasant good morning to all of you. If there's one adjective that is used to describe the Philippines and the economy during the past couple of decades, it is the adjective of being resilient. And in the 1997 financial crisis and after the 2008 financial crisis, the Philippine economy has always kept its head above water. And may I say that it was able to swim gracefully in the ocean of crisis. But of course, we have the BPO industry and 24/7 supply chain. Most importantly, we have a vibrant domestic market. But there's nothing that
Ladies and gentlemen, we are working out a few technical kinks, a few technical difficulties. We will have attorney Alex Cabrera back online shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, good morning. We are here at the MAP CEO Conference. Thank you so much for your patience. We now bring back to you Attorney Alex Cabrera.
Hello, sir. Go, sir.
Resilience has been the adjective that is used to describe the Philippine economy during the past couple of decades. And in the Asian financial crisis in 1997 and in the global financial crisis of 2008, the Philippines has kept its head above water, and we swam gracefully in this ocean of crisis. But of course, during then, we had the booming BPO and the 24/7 supply chain. We have the OFW remittances, and most importantly, a vibrant domestic market. But there is nothing that debilitates more than the risk of sickness and possible death. And I would say nothing could maim a population that have a very positive outlook and a determined business community. And I think this is the message of this latest PwC MAP survey that we're so privileged to be part of for the sixth consecutive year. And off the bat, I would say 161 of the respondents show that this is actually the survey with the highest number of respondents. Even compared to last year during normal times, when there were only 128 respondents that we considered quite high already. And the respondents in this survey consist of SMEs, MSMEs, and large companies, evenly distributed. And so you're probably going to have a very good feedback in this survey. It also represents this diversified industries that participated in this survey. If you will look at this industries, the losses that they expect, comparing their 2020 forecast with what they expect to achieve in this year, you will see that maybe as much as 60% of those who replied are saying that they will be off their mark by about 20 to 50%. And yet some of them, about 20% of those respondents are saying that they will hit their forecast only by as much as 10%. And there are those who are saying that they will be off their mark by more than 50%. And only about 10 or 12% these industries that are especially gaining in this pandemic are saying that they will not lose money at all. Now, economists are saying before the pandemic that the Philippine economy will be the 16th largest economy by 2050. In fact, PwC is saying that it will be the 11th largest economy by 2050. Then most leaders are saying now that we will have about 2 or 3 years time to recover from this pandemic. And even if they say that this is just a temporary bump in the road, 2 or 3 years time, is still a lot of time. But it is going to be an optimistic view about our recovery. 57% of the CEOs believe that the Philippine economy will contract by more than 2% in 2020. And if you will look at a large part of the CEOs, about 36% of them saying that the Philippine economy will contract by more than 4%. Then this is near the estimates already by the regional economists who say that the Philippine economy will contract by 5% or more. But they're also optimistic that in the next year that the economy will recover and it will grow between 1 to 5%. And if you look at the larger part of the CEOs replying that the economy will grow by 2%, then we're actually looking at 2-year period. Because if you grow by 2% in the next 12 months, then you're still off the mark by 2% based on your 2019 levels. And duplicate that in the following year, then you're probably back to where we are by 2019. But is there basis for this optimism? So let's look at the projections of the CEOs insofar as their growth is concerned. And if you will look at the projections of the CEOs insofar as their growth is concerned, their growth as a company is more or less the same as their projections as their growth in the industry. And maybe it's worth looking at some of them to avoid misleading anyone. The media and entertainment respondents here actually do not represent the traditional media. And these are the respondents coming from those involved in live streaming and digital advertising. And they're very confident that they will be able to achieve growth. And business process outsourcing here that is very confident about growth is actually referring to those services that support technology, automation, data analytics, and the like. But the BPO industry is still projected to have a very good year in the next 12 months, save for some of them that will experience some negative impact of the pandemic. Look at education here. Education here is actually the positive or the very confident sector of education that is being referred to here are those that are involved in education tech and tutorial services, while the rest that's not really very optimistic are those belonging to the brick and mortar education. And you look at healthcare here, and not all is rosy for the healthcare because of the non-emergency treatment and medical needs are taking a back seat in this pandemic. Infrastructure is a split because of the changing priorities, and manufacturing and industrial products, they're going to take a bit of a hit. Real estate construction, about 40% of them thinks that they'll still do well, but the 60% believes that they won't do well. And insofar as consumer and retail is concerned, while it's only showing a third of the respondents showing optimism or confidence, and this is already factoring in the e-commerce trade that is happening. As more and more people get used to e-commerce and payment online, then I think these numbers will really improve. But the manufacturing for automotive, they're really hit hard, and of course the hospitality and leisure, especially because our survey was done during the month of July. There's really a very negative sentiment insofar as that industry is concerned. But if you will try to summarize this overall, we have a 60% of the population saying that they will grow or will stay flat, and the 40% will really be negatively affected. And what's the government's role insofar as the private sector is concerned? The CEOs are saying that government should be concentrating on healthcare, infrastructure, agriculture, and food security, education, and surprisingly or not, these are the same areas that are being targeted by the Bayanihan 2. And I would say that I think we need to add here, as we have learned from recent days, that it is not enough to have a plan and a budget. We also need transparency and accountability and integrity, and that is why maybe principal factor that should be considered here is the digitalization or the digital transformation of government agencies to build trust, to build confidence, and to intensify private and public sector cooperation. What are the plans going forward? 87% of the CEOs feel comfortable about their tools that they use from this on this work from home environment. But look at this stat. 88% of the CEOs said that they will use up 20% of their revenues to invest in technology. It's like after they tried to catch up with this pandemic, they're saying never again will we catch up, and we will try to stay ahead. And they will invest in data platform, artificial intelligence, robotics, and contactless payments. There are also some changes in the brought about by the pandemic that the CEOs expect to stay, such as the work from home policy. They expect that this will continue even after COVID-19. And for those select workforce that's coming to the office, the approach will be for more safety and protection of the employees, more safety and protection of the supply chain, and this will need to take priority over the speed of the delivery of the service. 40% of the CEOs, at least 40% of them said that they will continue the reduction or looking at the review of their office space requirements, and 40% of them said that they will reduce office space in the next 12 months. In fact, 30% of those who said that they will reduce office space in the next 12 months said that they will reduce office space by as much as 50%. And of course, some of them are thinking even more than 50%. The worst is 80% reduction in the office space. This is how the CEOs are thinking when we conducted the survey. And but they really think that a review of their office requirements is going to happen even post-COVID. A fresh perspective on the environment. CEOs used to invest in disaster-sensitive things, and they always organize these initiatives on disaster response and how to pick themselves up more quickly after a disaster. But I think now is quite a fresh approach, because 91% of the CEOs said they want to invest in environmentally sensitive practices, which means they will invest in things that will probably help avoid a disaster. And we also asked the CEOs what they believe are the most important traits or the most important leadership attributes during the time of the pandemic. And they came up with this: innovativeness, because they need to up their game and own the new normal. Decisiveness, because you can't really change anything if you don't abandon anything. Critical thinking. It's not only about the upside, but also looking at the risks. And if you're sleeping well, then maybe you should be reviewing the risks that you're missing. Agility, because this is not the last disaster that we will have. And if you want to build a future-proof organization, then agility should be really one of the traits of the leader down the line. And communication is probably very important in terms of leadership skills nowadays, because you're not only communicating internally, you're communicating with your stakeholders, you're communicating with the world. And it's not only data and information that you need to timely communicate. You need to communicate to build trust, communicate with empathy, and communicate to inspire. So overall, I think I totally disagree with the write-up that it is a tighter economy in coma. I think that it is a cautiously optimistic tiger, and the CEOs are cautious but optimistic nonetheless. And for me, I'm optimistic because I feel that there is an unwritten covenant among all CEOs, and that unwritten covenant is to fight for our companies and our staff who rely on us, to fight for our country as a nation, and to fight for these people that we learn to be with most of the time, arising from this work from home environment, to fight for our families, our children, and our children's children. Indeed, the most important task of the CEO today is not the next 2 or 3 years, but to deliver a better world to the next generation. God bless everyone, and keep on fighting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Alexander Alex Cabrera. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next session, we have a poll happening again to find out your thoughts and opinions on the sessions. Your answers would be greatly appreciated as we craft the themes and topics of importance and interest to you in our succeeding conferences. We'd like to welcome you to the third session of the 18th MAP International CEO Web Conference 2020, A Whole New World, Reigniting the Stalled Global Economy. Our third session will be on championing a free press in Asia. Our third speaker has been appointed as vice chair of the high-level panel of experts on media freedom and currently the special envoy for global media freedom by the British Foreign and Commonwealth Office. Please welcome Attorney Amal Alamuddin Clooney.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for inviting me today at this important conference. Let me start by saying that I hope everybody is staying safe and healthy. I was actually due to travel to Manila just before lockdown, and I hope that I will be able to visit your beautiful country again once restrictions can safely be lifted. Ladies and gentlemen, we are living through a time of crisis, and in such times, reporting the truth is more important than ever. Information about the coronavirus in the early stages of the pandemic could have saved thousands of lives. Silencing journalists and others who tried to report on the virus was deadly, as it allowed the disease to spread while people were in the dark. And all over the world, as truth is being suppressed, false information proliferates instead. In my view, this puts not only public health, but also the future of democracy on the line. It may sound grandiose or alarmist to speak in such terms. Surely you may be thinking democracy is not under threat all over the world. Yet studies have found that 1/3 of the world's population lives in a backsliding democracy. The University of Gothenburg's Democracy Institute reports that democracy is in decline in more countries than ever before. And Freedom House reports that democratic freedoms have been in decline for over a decade, in both open societies and authoritarian states alike. I would say that democracy is under threat in any country where the judiciary is not independent or where freedom of the press is not cherished and protected as an utmost priority. This is the first of 3 propositions that I'd like to put to you today, that you cannot have a functioning democracy without a free press. And I'd like to illustrate this with a case that I'm involved in the Philippines. The case of Maria Ressa and Rappler, the news site Maria set up that over 10 million people now routinely access and read. Maria is a renowned journalist, a Filipino-American national who has won some of the most prestigious awards available to her profession, who's been Times Person of the Year. But the authorities in Manila are not proud of her. Instead, in response to reporting on hard-hitting topics like the drug war and corruption, they have gone after her, with threats and hateful language emanating from presidential podiums and across social media, and with a string of prosecutions designed to silence her and send a chill down the spine of any other journalist thinking about reporting unflattering news. Earlier this year, a trial judge convicted Maria and her colleague of cyber libel for an article she did not write, based on a law that did not exist when the article was written, and as a result of a prosecution initiated 6 years after the limitation period had expired. The article was about alleged corruption by a Supreme Court justice who was facing impeachment at that time, a matter of clear public interest. But none of this stopped the trial judge from imposing a draconian 6-year maximum sentence on Maria. And in a bizarre twist, the judge even cited Nelson Mandela's struggle for freedom, while single-handedly undermining respect for fundamental freedoms through her verdict. Defenders of the judgment have claimed this is just a private dispute between a journalist and the person whose reputation was harmed by the story. But this is not correct. It was a criminal prosecution brought by the Department of Justice. The state advocated for a conviction and a term of imprisonment. It is now defending the judgment and is expected to oppose the appeal. So this is the government's case, their choice and their legacy. It will be for my colleagues, Maria's Filipino counsel, to make submissions in the appeal, and a panel of appellate judges can still set things right. But Maria faces a barrage of other charges, all equally spurious, that expose her to many decades behind bars. And in the meantime, the message to other journalists is clear: be quiet, or you'll be next. According to a professor of journalism at Columbia University, this is how democracy dies in the 21st century, in a musty courtroom with a judge invoking Mandela. There are no power grabs in the dead of night, no tanks rolling down the streets, no uniformed officers taking over TV stations, just the steady drip, drip, drip of the erosion of democratic norms, the corruption of institutions, and the cowardly compromises of decision makers in courts. As Maria has herself put it, it is the death of democracy by 1,000 cuts. I believe that Maria's struggle is one that defines our times. Data gathered in the last few years shows more journalists being imprisoned around the world than at any time since records began. And this in turn threatens every other right. Because if the press is silenced, we don't know about human rights abuses, we don't know about corruption. When you switch off the news broadcast by the country's largest television station, as the Philippine government did just weeks before Maria's judgment, you see, as the Washington Post puts it, democracy dying in darkness. And what we see happening in other parts of Asia reminds us that it is much more difficult to win a right than to lose it. The people of Hong Kong know that. They've seen basic rights vanish overnight, with young people, foreign residents and business leaders packing up and leaving in response to a new security law that the UN says infringes on fundamental rights and places undue limitations on freedom of expression. I often read about leaders in the region being described as strong men, a title that sounds like it should imply something positive. But as The Economist recently reported, the Asian countries performing particularly poorly when it comes to the coronavirus have leaders who are strong men. Sri Lankans' rights are imperiled now that their country is led once again by sibling strongmen. And each day in the US, we live through the consequences of choosing a supposedly strong man over a smart woman. What we must remember is that a clampdown on critics, a silencing of dissent, is not a sign of strength, but the ultimate sign of weakness. It is a sign that you know you cannot win in the marketplace of ideas, so you have to have a monopoly over the ideas that are expressed. So that was my first proposition to you, that you cannot have a functioning democracy without a free press. The second is that the press cannot be free if journalists face imprisonment for their work. Of course, there are instances when speech is so dangerous that criminal penalties may be appropriate, such as speech that intentionally incites imminent violence. But of course, over time, we have learned that vague laws that allow states to imprison people for criticizing their rulers stifles not only speech, but progress. Laws criminalizing blasphemy and sedition are inherently open to abuse. An attack on reputation can be dealt with through civil libel laws instead of prison time. Quite simply, there are better ways to deal with unwanted reports than locking up the reporter. This in turn leads to my third proposition, that the Philippines should honor its international commitments. The UN ruled in a case called Adonis v. the Philippines that the Philippines should reform its libel laws and ensure that journalists cannot be imprisoned for libel. The case involved a radio broadcaster from Davao City, Alex Adonis, whose life was ruined when he was convicted and sent to prison for reporting on a congressman's misdeeds. But the Philippines has not reformed its laws to comply with the ruling. And as you know, the government has recently U-turned on its support for the International Criminal Court. But it hasn't always been this way. The Philippines is one of Asia's oldest democracies. It was a founding member of the United Nations. It has ratified more international human rights treaties than any other ASEAN nation. Filipino delegates helped to draft the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, and a Filipina held the pen on the UN Convention on Women's Rights. In 2011, the Philippines became one of only 2 ASEAN states to recognize the International Criminal Court. And until recently, the country was considered by many to have the freest press in Asia. So I hope that the Philippines will take steps to honor its international commitments, and that future leaders will consider that they have nothing to fear from the ICC. Let me end where I began, with my 3 propositions. If you want to have a functioning democracy, protect the press. To protect the press, don't imprison journalists for their work. And do honor international treaties that the Philippines has itself played a part in drafting. I believe these propositions are important and far-reaching, because championing free press in the free speech in the Philippines also means championing it in Asia, if the Philippines could once again set the example. Now, you may say that I'm biased. I am a human rights lawyer, so I typically represent individuals rather than states, journalists rather than governments who try to lock them up. It is true that I'm not neutral on the issue of whether leaders should be able to use the power of the state to silence independent voices. I will do all I can to counter that. And I'm not neutral when I hear courageous voices speak up for what is right. I will do what I can to amplify them. But I do not speak for any politician or party. My bias is towards certain inalienable values that are currently under serious threat. And at the end of the day, you don't need to take my word for it, because each of the propositions that I have put to you today has already been set forth by someone you know very well. Someone in high office in this country who represents not the opposition, but the government. Ladies and gentlemen, the President's own spokesman, Harry Rock, has stated that freedom of speech is a cherished right essential to truth, democracy, and the ability to go after despotic regimes. In an op-ed he penned in 2012, the spokesman argued that the cyber libel law used to convict Maria is, quote, draconian, quote, infringes freedom of expression, and shows that the government is, quote, insecure and unable to compete in the marketplace of ideas. And he concluded in the op-ed that imposing criminal penalties for libel was, quote, disproportionate and, quote, an outright defiance of the UN ruling in the Adonis case that the Philippines is, quote, under an obligation to heed. These were Mr. Rock's own words before he joined the Duterte administration. And in case you're wondering where Mr. Rock chose to publish the op-ed, it was Rappler.com. Ladies and gentlemen, those of you gathered here today are leaders in your society. The future of your great country is in your hands. I hope it can be one in which your children will stay safe from harm and be free to speak their mind.
Thank you so much, Attorney Amal Alamuddin Clooney. To moderate today's question and answer with Attorney Clooney, please welcome the President of Integrated Bar of the Philippines, Attorney Domingo Egon Cayosa.
Hello, Mr. Cayosa. Hello, Mr. Cayosa. It's a pleasure to meet you today. Pleasure to meet you today. I'm afraid I can't hear you just yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently experiencing some technical difficulties. We will have Attorney Cayosa online with us shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much once again for your patience. You are here at the MAP CEO conference. Once again, we'd like to bring back Attorney Amal Alamuddin Clooney with Attorney Domingo Egon Cayosa.
Hi, Amal. Our apologies for that technical glitch.
No problem. It's a pleasure to be.
Thank you for your valuable and helpful insights and analysis on the very important role of media in an evolving world in the midst of this COVID-19 pandemic. The Management Association of the Philippines and the participants in this forum are very grateful for your time and your expertise. You, your work, and your advocacies inspire us to do our fair share in upholding the basic freedoms, human rights, justice, and the rule of law in these challenging times. Your three propositions are very well noted. They're very particular to our country. And we also appreciate your emphasis on the value of dependable media in the free marketplace of ideas. You also take note of backsliding democracy that's becoming a trend in the world. And of course, the reality of continuing threats to free press and expression. While waiting for the questions from the audience, let me start with some of our own. First, Attorney Amal, to what extent can the global community influence jurisdictions where freedom of the press is relatively restricted? Are there sufficient mechanisms, international or global mechanisms, to safeguard and ensure accountability of media and of the press?
Thank you so much for the question. You hear me clearly?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. Well, in a word, the answer, if the question is, are there safeguards, the answer is not enough, insufficient ones. And to some extent, it depends on which region you're in terms of what supranational remedies might be available. So in Asia, for example, as you know, although there's the ASEAN network, there is no Asian Court of Human Rights. So whereas in Europe or in Africa or in the inter-American region, there is the possibility in some cases of going to another court outside of your borders. There isn't that same regional construct, at least as of yet, in Asia. But there are UN bodies that have jurisdiction to deal with freedom of speech cases. I mentioned the Adonis case, the Human Rights Committee, and there are also other groups. You know, what we're also seeing in the global sort of enforcement world, if you like, is sort of carrots and sticks that are sometimes employed to incentivize states to comply with their international obligations. So, you know, an example of a carrot is the EU has a system of trade preferences called GSP+, which, as you know, the Philippines, among other countries, benefits from. Those trade preferences can be very important to a country. Indeed, for the Philippines, you know, I think exports to the EU have gone up by 22% since it benefited from this trade regime. That preference scheme is linked to a country's compliance with international human rights treaties. And so if the EU determines that that compliance, for example, because of violations on freedom of expression, is undermined, then those kinds of trade preferences can be withdrawn. And the other side of the coin, if you like, in terms of an example of a stick rather than a carrot, would be the use of what's sometimes called Magnitsky sanctions. So even if there's no international mechanism to adjudicate a particular dispute beyond the state's borders, an individual state, for instance the US, may impose sanctions on specific officials who are deemed to be responsible for human rights violations, including violations of the right to freedom of expression. So there's a patchwork of mechanisms that, as I'm sure you know, but some of your other audience members may not be aware of.
Well, thank you very much. We hope those mechanisms and trends will infect the Asia Pacific region. I have another question for you. Attorney Aman, in a time of pandemic where facts and science should be the basis of rational decisions and actions, what are the challenges to traditional media vis-a-vis social media, which is largely unvetted?
So what are the challenges to traditional media?
Yeah, vis-a-vis social media, which is largely unvetted.
Yeah. I mean, I think the biggest difference is just on social media, the speed with which information flows makes it much more difficult to regulate, and sort of principles that used to be relevant when you were thinking about a newspaper publishing something, for instance, a right to reply, don't really work in the same way in a social media landscape because of how quickly information travels, and we've seen many examples of false information traveling much faster than truthful information. So it is obviously a different challenge, and as you say, there's a different sort of regulatory scheme that applies. And I think what we're seeing in the US is a general sort of agreement among many observers that the current regulatory framework is not sufficient. It's not sufficient to ensure that speech on social media does not incite sometimes ethnically fueled violence, as it did in Myanmar. It's not sufficient to prevent disinformation spreading in a way that can undermine an election and a democracy. And it's not sufficient to prevent the spread of information that can be extremely harmful to health, as we've seen during this pandemic, with false information leading to many deaths in Iran, for example, because people were ingesting toxic substances that were not, in fact, coronavirus cured. So I think we can safely reach the conclusion that self-regulation is not sufficient when you look at the results on those fronts, at least. And one has to hope that there'll be some creative solutions found before it's too late.
Right. Thank you. We have a question from the participant, one participant. What roles should or may media play to help economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic?
That's a tough one. I think you've had lots of economists speak at the conference. I think that's probably more for them. But I think, having a free, open flow of information, it helps any kind of business community because it helps to have innovation and ideas spread. It helps for you to know about corruption and things that can cost business a lot of money. And as I was saying, obviously countries can also lose money and face various types of financial and other sanctions if they are mistreating the media. So these things are intertwined, but I think for measures to save the economy more generally, you're going to have to consult some of your
Well, another question. With the realities of hacking, fake news, and manipulation of social media by interest groups, and sometimes even by governments, should there be more safeguards or regulation of social media? And if so, from whom should these safeguards or regulations come?
Well, I think, we are starting to see, for example, in the US, companies struggle with the lack of regulation in some space, and they're actually calling for the government to do more. For example, when it comes to the tricky issue of facial recognition and how technology can be deployed in a way that can either be extremely helpful to people's safety, but also in ways that can be detrimental to human rights and potentially disproportionately affect Black and other ethnic communities. Companies like Microsoft have come forward and said, we are actually not going to use this technology until the government regulates. So they're saying we're not going to sell this technology to police departments, at least, until there's proper regulation of how that technology can be deployed. So I think, at least in some areas, it should come from the government. I know with Facebook, for example, they have set up a sort of independent group that has an oversight board, and we haven't seen their work yet. I know it has some very eminent personalities on it, but we'll have to wait to see if that group is able to make a meaningful difference in terms of non-governmental regulation, so somewhere in between self-regulation and government regulation with this idea of sort of independent experts.
Well, thank you very much, Attorney Amal. We would love to ask you more questions, but we have limited time. But we fully take note of your three propositions and your suggestions. And once again, thank you, Attorney Amal. Your inputs to this conference, together with the other experts, will guide all of us as we move to building a new world, perhaps a better world. As we say it in our country, maraming salamat, mabuhay, and in your own words, stay safe and healthy. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to be with you today, and I hope next time it can be in person. All the best.
Thank you very much, Attorney Amal Alamuddin Clooney. Thank you as well to our moderator, Attorney Domingo Egon Cayosa from the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. Before we move on to the next session, we have a poll happening again to find out your thoughts and opinions on the sessions. Your answer would be greatly appreciated as we craft the themes and topics of importance and interest to you in our succeeding conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fourth session of the 18th MAP International CEO Web Conference 2020, A Whole New World, Reigniting the Stalled Global Community. Our fourth session will focus on ASEAN in times of crisis, greater integration, unity, and solidarity in adversity. It is our honor to bring to you our fourth speaker, the Secretary General of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, His Excellency Dato Paduka Lim Jokhoy.
Distinguished speakers and moderators, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is indeed my pleasure to speak to you today, and I would like to thank the Management Association of the Philippines for this invitation. I am also pleased to see business leaders and practitioners gather together to talk about the future despite the difficulties we are facing. This signified, in my view, the resilience of the business sectors. In this uncertain time, the need to overcome this pandemic is imperative for all of us. We need to move forward and work together for a recovery. That's why I'm very glad that you have chosen a timely and appropriate theme in your conference today on the need to reimagine and to reignite our world again. To be sure, the business community has a lot at stake in imagining the future recovery, not only to ensure business continuity and revive economic activities again, but also to protect the workforce, stabilize supply chains, and engage the customers. All of these are crucial if we want the recovery to get traction. As you all know, we are now in a pandemic crisis like no others. The unprecedented scale and scope of COVID-19 crisis has taken the world by surprise. As the crisis unfolds, it is clear that COVID-19 is not only a global public health crisis, but also an impending economic crisis. Governments around the world are now racing to ensure that this will not further deteriorate our social instability and hence political instability. In ASEAN, the crisis has already far-reaching implications, although the transmission and fatality rates per capita are lower than other regions. We cannot be complacent. By the end of this year, ASEAN expected to contract for the first time in 22 years. COVID-19 has put millions of jobs at risk, while business, especially MSME, struggle to stay afloat. Some sectors, such as aviation, tourism, accommodation, food services, retail, and manufacturing, have been hit particularly hard during this pandemic. The vulnerable group are the ones hit hardest, from low-income workers, smallholders, and the informal sectors. And although growth is expected to rebound in 2021, we expect that it will be sometime before the economy is back on its pre-COVID growth path. To be sure, even if a recovery is achieved, the post-pandemic world will not be a return to business as usual. Our world has been irreversibly transformed by COVID-19, and this calls for equal transformative response. No individual country can also combat COVID-19 alone. Rebuilding the world will require all actors to work together for us and to bounce back better and stronger towards a more inclusive and sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, since its outbreak, ASEAN has responded early and swiftly to work together in combating the pandemic crisis. This is not just empty rhetoric. It is in fact a much needed signaling that ASEAN will keep itself open and unfold the spirit of cooperation and partnership in the fight against the pandemic. Recognizing the expansive impact of the pandemic, ASEAN has adopted whole of ASEAN community approach, noting the fragmented sector-by-sector approach will not be effective. For this reason, ASEAN Coordinating Council Working Group on Public Health Emergency was established, a dedicated ASEAN body comprising of senior level officials from all three community pillars of ASEAN to coordinate ASEAN's response efforts. This body reports directly and regularly to the ASEAN Coordinating Council, which is the second highest body in ASEAN after the summit, ensuring streamlined guideline and decision making. In addition, a concrete initiative has been set up, including the establishment of COVID-19 ASEAN Response Fund. Work is also underway to establish ASEAN Regional Reserve of Medical Supplies and standard operating procedure to deal with future public health emergency. Beyond health responses, mitigating the social economic impact COVID-19 has been an urgent priority. At the national level, countries have already acted to inject liquidity in the economies, help small businesses to survive the crisis, and support the economic welfare of households. It is interesting to note that in many cases, these measures involve the active support of the private sector. In total, stimulus measures amounted to almost 408 billion, or 13% of the region's 2019 GDP were announced. The scale and pace was unprecedented, although actual rolling out and observing will be key. This likely need to continue for quite some time, but in the medium to longer term, policymakers will also need to think about fiscal health and debt sustainability. At the regional level, adding to the commitment to keep market open to trade and investment, is to work to keep supply chains connected, particularly for essential products. The Hanoi Plan of Action on Strengthening ASEAN Economic Cooperation and Supply Chain Connectivity was adopted by the ASEAN Economic Ministers in June 2020, and work is underway now for its implementation. The same spirit of cooperation has also been echoed in other sectors, from tourism to transport, energy, and agriculture. Equally important in ASEAN is ASEAN's continued engagement with the external partners. The same logic that no country can overcome COVID-19 in isolation also applies for the region. In addition to a number of joint statements with its external partner, which commit to keep market open and supply chains connected, ASEAN is also in a discussion with its FTA partner to upgrade their FTAs so as to ensure their continued effectiveness and relevance. The targeted signing of Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, RCEP, will likewise boost the much-needed market confidence and in turn support recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now to draw your attention to the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, which are currently developing in response to the current crisis in the region. The way we see it, the recovery framework, which will be accompanied by an implementation plan, will serve as ASEAN coordinated exit strategy to recover from this pandemic. It identifies broad strategies and implements actions that will take the region through the stages of recovery with the ultimate objective of building a more inclusive and resilient recovery. In charting the region's path to recovery, ASEAN recognizes that government action alone are not enough. The severity of the crisis demonstrates that everyone needs to double down on their resolve if they want to save life and safeguard livelihoods in the region. Indeed, this unprecedented crisis requires unprecedented action from everyone. In this regard, the role of the private sector is particularly crucial. Beyond their responsibilities to ensure business continuity is the ongoing crisis, private sector companies can work together with government in tackling this pandemic and its economic fallout. In my view, there are three important areas where visible action from the private sector, including members of the MPA, are needed to support ASEAN governments in the recovery response. First is the stabilizing supply chain. This pandemic has demonstrated how the disruption in supply chain exposed the region to more vulnerabilities. As economies reopen, it is crucial that companies are able to support business continuity through transparent supplier engagement and flexible adjustment of their production and operation. Companies should also rethink supply chains to make more efficient and resilient. They can invest in mapping and monitoring of supply networks so that they can immediately make appropriate action to address potential disruption. Restoring supply chain connectivity is crucial to optimize the potential inter-regional trade and investment that has underpinned the region's economic growth over the years. And beyond its role in supply chain, private sector can also support the recovery by protecting their workforce and guaranteeing employment for their employees. Second, we need the private sector to adopt to a new emerging trend such as digitalization to support the recovery. Evidence has shown that the use of digital technologies during this pandemic has unleashed productivity's improvement in the way people work and interact. This opportunity needs to be captured well in the post-pandemic world by a strong partnership between government and private sector. While the government can undertake investment in digital infrastructure, the private sector can also engage in addressing critical needs related to digital technology, digital skill, data governance, and cybersecurity. For example, company can assist in facilitating reskilling and redeployment support to address job disruption and support employment beyond the pandemic. Finally, the pandemic presents an opportunity for the private sector to step up action and work in hand with the government to address long-term economic resilience. There are two important areas for engagement by the private sector. One is through the promotion of low-carbon recovery. This can be achieved by companies investing in green infrastructure and taking advantage of financial incentive from government to build climate-resilient technologies that can create more jobs and economic growth. Another promising area is in sustainable financing. The private sector can support the recovery by partnering with government to establish funds to support small business and households. In addition, new financing instruments can be developed to fund critical infrastructure investment for recovery or earmarked for immediate relief of sector hard hit by the pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, please allow me to stress that ASEAN will stand together with each other, with the global community, and with its stakeholders in fighting COVID-19 pandemic. This crisis provides us with an opportunity to truly put our collective resolve in practice and into what really matters for our people. We will not let the crisis digress our community building and regional integration agenda. Rather, we will use this opportunity to calibrate our approach, prioritize and address the vulnerabilities and gaps that have been exposed by the crisis and consolidate to build back better for a stronger future. To this end, your role and contribution as business and industry leaders will be key in ensuring a swift and robust recovery for the region. Thank you, and I wish you all fruitful deliberations.
Thank you, His Excellency Dato Paduka Limjok Hoy, for that encouraging talk on ASEAN cooperation in the midst of the pandemic. It is indeed an honor to have you share the screen with us here at the MAP International CEO Web Conference. After the strict lockdown, the Secretary General of ASEAN had to forego his planned live delivery and pre-record his presentation. For this reason, the open forum will be dispensed with, and we will instead move to our final speaker today. But before we do that, we have a poll happening. We'd like to remind everyone that we have a poll happening to find out your thoughts and opinions on the sessions. Your answer would be greatly appreciated as we craft the themes and topics of importance and interest to you in our succeeding conferences. PwC, in cooperation with the Management Association of the Philippines, conducted a survey with the country's CEOs and asked them about how they plan to adjust their current business plans and succeed in the changed environment the COVID-19 global pandemic brought. Here are some of their views in the PwC MAP CEO Survey 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not forget to send us your thoughts and comments on today's event. Access link to our online feedback form will be sent to your email address after the web conference. We would love to hear from you to give you a better experience every year. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the fifth and final session of the 18th MAP International CEO Web Conference 2020, A Whole New World, Reigniting the Stalled Global Economy. Our fifth session will be on geo-economic shifts, ripples, and waves across the globe. Our speaker is the chairman and chief economist of TAC Economics, a fully independent European research group providing advisory services on international economic and financial issues. Please welcome Dr. Terry Apotica.
Everybody. Okay,
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the MAP CEO Conference 2020. Once again, we are working out a few technical difficulties. We will have Dr. Apotica back with us in just a few more moments. To all of our participants, we'd like to remind you once again that we have a poll happening again. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to remind you to please send us your thoughts and comments on today's event. Access link to our online feedback form will be sent to your email addresses after the web conference. We would love to hear from you, so please let us know your thoughts so we can give you a better experience every year. Thank you. To all our participants, please do stand by for our fifth and final session, Dr. Terry Apotica. Once again, he will be discussing topics about the geo-economic shifts, ripples, and waves across the globe. For those of you who missed it, he is also the chairman and chief economist of TAC Economics, a fully independent European research group providing advisory services on international economic and financial issues. A truly crucial talking point in today's conference. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the MAP CEO Conference 2020. Next, we'll be talking about geoeconomic shifts, ripples, and waves across the globe. We'd like to bring back to you Dr. Terry Apotica.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the MAP to invite me to share some of the thoughts and research that we have on this new normal, or next normal as we call it. And I will try in 30 minutes to tell you how our analysis, how our research is telling us that indeed the next normal will be significantly different from what we have been experiencing not only during the past few years, but also probably during the past decades. Next slide. As a research group, we're always asked by our customers, what will be this next normal? What will be the key things? And we have to recognize the first thing, very humbly, that it's pretty complex and that it's very difficult to paint the next year, the next 10 years in a detailed way at this stage of, I would say, heightened uncertainty. And the point that we have here and that I would like to share with you is that it's not only the pandemic, it's not only COVID-19, it is because COVID-19 is occurring at a moment where many other transformations were already occurring. Even before COVID, we were already scratching our heads on, what's the next step for the US-China tensions? And that has nothing to do with the pandemic, but it was still something that was structurally very key changer. So we have to recognize first that we have this very complex convergence of different mega trends or different mega changes that just converge now. So it's not only, and my talk is really on that, yes, we have to get out of this pandemic as well as possible to restore economic growth, to restore income increase and everything. But we have to realize every single moment that once the pandemic is over, the world will not go back to its previous stages because the other transformations are there also. And therefore, we have short-term, medium-term, long-term cycles which just converge today or during the next year, next 5 years into a very substantial structural shift for the whole world. And when you have this, in a very simplistic, candid observation is that we all corporates, the large multinationals, the domestic companies, the financial institutions, they will have to live with a degree of uncertainty that will remain higher for the next few years than what we had before. And when we talk to our customers and say, what does this higher uncertainty mean for you? To us, it means at least three things. It means that, by and large, you should expect some higher return from investments because just this is compensating, or this should compensate for the higher uncertainty. But at the same time, these changes create huge opportunities, so you need also to have these adaptability, reactive capabilities that will help you seize the opportunities when they reach. And then you also have to get the organizations, companies, financial institutions, as all consultants say now, more agile, more able to react rapidly to the event. Next slide, please. So my perspective would be to make a comparison. Can I have the next slide? To have a comparison, I'm sure that most of you would know what we call the Big Five. The Big Five, these are these 5 African animals, the rhino, the elephant, the buffalo, the lion, and the leopard. And these are considered as the really the jewels of safari and picture taking in Africa. And I use these elements because I think today there are 5 massive, big, undisputable transformation that are occurring now. Next slide. So these 5 key changes, these 5 key trends that are hitting us now, 2020 to 2025, they are on very different time frames. And the problem for corporate, for you as management decision makers, and for us as analysts and researchers, is that because these cycles are highly different in nature, highly different in time frames, but simultaneously occurring now, that makes it very, very complex. The big five, as again we call it at tech economics, the big five, there is one very long-term transformation that is unfolding every single day, and I'm pretty sure that all of you in the Philippines and in Southeast Asia are in the first place to see that. This is the very long-term trend in the way the world is organized, the world is structured. I think nobody would contest that at least since World War II, the world was constructed around a dominant power that was the US. We all use the US currency. We all use US trademarks. We all use US financial institutions. We all know that the largest multinationals, blah, 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 all this is centered around the US. And very clearly, China is contesting, or at least, catching up and creating this very visible strategic rivalry between them, China, and the US. And we see that every single day. But this is a transformation that occurs once every century. It's not a short-term cycle, and it's not going to abate or dissipate anytime soon. This is something that will be with us for the next probably 20 to 30 years, and as I will say in a minute, with a very uncertain outcome. The second big cycle, and there again we see that, and the pandemic has been used as an accelerator for that, is this long-term structural trends in both production ways and consumption ways. And it's true to say that even before the pandemic, there were a lot of questions on supply chains, on logistics. The relocation story did not, arise only with the pandemic. It was there long before. And these structural changes, again, be it consumer behavior, supply chain organizations, have been indeed accelerated very, very strongly with the pandemic. And therefore, we have to integrate these couple of decades trends in consumer preferences, supply chain organization, into the very long-term secular change in the way the world is organized. And we all understand that there is a very strong relationship between how the world is organized in global terms and how supply chains are organized at the micro level. The third key trend that is affecting all of us is related to economic policies. Maybe because I'm an old-style economist and I've been there for many, many crises, but I think we would all recognize that the way policies are conducted are getting way beyond what the economic textbook would say as optimal policies. And certainly monetary policies, we invent new techniques, new ways of conducting the policy every day, and we have a heavy dose of uncertainty on that. Because as I will show, these monetary policies today lead to asset prices that create problems for tomorrow. So the way monetary, fiscal, industrial policies, and also the way social relations are conducted are in a flux, are in a major transformation process right now. Then we have, and that is where the economist is more at ease, usually we have the traditional economic cycles. Cycles did not disappear. Cycles are there with periods of expansions, tensions on productive capacity, restrictive policies, slowdown, then recoveries. This is the way economies have always worked, and it's very hard to imagine that these cycles have disappeared. Traditionally, in mature economies at least, cycles last around 10 years. And so we have these 10-year cycles, and indeed, the previous recession, as you all remember, was the global financial crisis of 2008-9. Now we have a major crisis which is pandemic-related, but which was also coming at a moment where there were a lot of questions on the world cycle. And finally, last but not least, obviously, there is the COVID-19. You know, a pandemic creating an economic shock of unprecedented proportions, of unprecedented acuteness. And we, analysts and researchers, but more importantly, you as business managers, you have to deal with these 5 megatrends at the same time. Now I will get into some details and illustrations on each of them, just to share with you what or how to incorporate these trends into business management. So next slide, please. So, obviously I've taken the rhino as the illustration of the US-China rivalry. I think this is typically a clash of titans where I would say the other countries, like Europe, like ASEAN countries, like Latin America, they see the fighting with a mix of despair, fear, and expectations. But they see that this fight is a very powerful one. And indeed, I think, history, and I will show that in a minute, but I'm sure my friend Jeffrey Sachs already mentioned some of these geopolitical issues. But certainly this megatrend, which is based on waves of globalization and integration that occur around a center or a central country. This is now challenged very obviously by China, and there is a very strong causal historical rationale behind this very substantial shift. This polarization of the world between the two great powers that are now in this rivalry, this is affecting very significantly businesses. Every day in the press, you see the problems of Huawei. Every day in the press, you see the lengthening list of companies that may be subjected to sanctions from the US administration because they have done something in China that the US administration consider they should not have done. But this is indeed creating huge management consequences for the next few years because companies have to ready themselves for these permanent tensions between the two competing powers. And in that sense, ASEAN countries have a sort of pull driver towards China, which is what we economists call the gravity factor. It's very difficult for countries that are so close to a giant in economic, political, blah, blah, blah terms, not to be attracted. It would be very difficult for Mexico to be much closer to Europe or to China than to the US. It's just a kind of gravity effect. So it has very significant consequences, and probably particularly for you in ASEAN. And it goes on trade flows. It's also on corporate investment, corporate strategies and investment. And as you see there, it's very unlikely to dissipate anytime soon. This type of clash of titans, they end when one of them is substantially weakened. They don't end by natural death. One of the current leader of the US accepting willingly that he has to share the dominance, or he has to share the organization of the world. Neither it is very likely that China will renounce its long-term historic ambition to regain the central place the Chinese believe they should never have lost in the 20th century. Next slide, please. It's just, and again, I won't comment that, but it's just a very in-depth exercise that we've done at TAC Economics, looking at all the waves of globalization that occurred since the Roman Empire in Europe, that is, for the last 2,000 years. So we've made this very in-depth investigation, and we see that there is a very systematic pattern, which is in 5 steps: emergence of a central power, then this central power structures the region and then the world around him with sets of rule, institutional setup. Example, for instance, the multilateral financial institutions. We see the Bretton Woods institution on one side, we see the China-led institutions on the other side. So there is this integration process in the second step, which brings a lot of benefits. So this second step is very beneficial in the integration process. But then we move to step 3, when the center starts to move towards rent-seeking or power dominance strategies, which creates tensions on the distributions of the benefits of this integration. And there are some, again, this progressive deformation then leads to the step 4, where the tensions emerge more strongly, and some of the actors which were previously integrated in the organized world want to set up a different organization. And then the step 5 is usually, historically, you need either a technology breakup or a significant event, unexpected event, that accelerate the transformation. For instance, the move from a European, British, and maybe French-dominated colonial world towards the US-centric world of today. Now, usually you need 1 or 2 critical events: technology, unexpected disaster, what have you, and then the combination of this breakthrough and the previous resentment and rivalry create a very significant shift towards a new order, and the old order disintegrates. Now, we are getting into the step 5 now. So the step 5 is really the climax of competition and tension between aspiring new world order and the old or the previous world order. And we are getting there. I'm not saying what will be the outcome, maybe there will be questions, but the bottom line is that the next 5 years will be dominated by this strategic rivalry. Next slide, please. Then you have the long-term structural breaks. This is why I use the elephant. The elephant, one is get moving, very difficult to stop. And indeed, I've just listed here a couple of these key trends that are occurring now. The digitization. I certainly do not need to tell that, in Asia, where you globally have embraced digitalization with a great enthusiasm. So this change in the way we produce, in the way we distribute, in the way we get informed, these changes are structural in nature. They are fed by technology and they are structural in nature. We also have, and I'm sure Attorney Clune mentioned that, there are also this very delicate balance, which is a major structural, again, break, which is what I call the empowerment of individual on one side, the way that any one of us has access to any information worldwide, social media, social networks. This is creating a very substantial, again, what I call empowerment of individuals. But at the same time, it is creating huge controlling or manipulating capabilities by both state and non-state organizations. So this is also a structural break in the way people exchange between themselves, inform on themselves, and exert their political or social power. Then maybe more importantly, from the economist perspective, we have this long-term change in international trade that predates the COVID, that predates Mr. Trump's election, that was already there during the global financial crisis, where all countries basically, and certainly as economists we see that, realize that international trade moved too fast, too far. And therefore, there was a need for a pause in this international trade and international integration. And then, obviously, I think we cannot talk about the long-term structural breaks and their immediate implication without mentioning climate change. You see the fires ravaging California. We've seen a couple of towns in Australia being surrounded by fire, and notwithstanding President Trump's persistent denial of scientific evidence, certainly it seems to me that there is no doubt that the number of extreme events related to climate change will increase. These are all, structural changes in the way we produce, in the way we consume, and in the way we communicate between ourselves and exert our political and social rights. Now, all of these are in an accelerating change today. Next slide, just one illustration that I took from our research on the international trade side. And on the left-hand side chart, you have a long-term history of trade as a proportion of world GDP. And it goes back to 1825, and it goes up to the middle of last decade. And what you see here is that there has been an acceleration in the 80s and 90s on this kind of almost vertical ascent that you see on this left-hand chart at the end of the period is this extraordinary but unsustainable acceleration in world trade as a proportion of world GDP. And what has happened since the global crisis, which is very, very likely to continue for the next 5 years, is that trade will grow at best, as fast as world GDP, and more likely slower than GDP. And this obviously is tremendously important for any corporation and for any country in the world, because it means that basically to capture the growth driving force from international trade will be more difficult. There will be less, the cake will grow less rapidly than before, and competition for shares of the cake will increase substantially. And that means more exchange rate competition, that means more overall competition for a smaller cake. Then on the right-hand side of the chart, and again, of the slide, and again, I won't comment that in detail, but it's just the result, again, of a scenario exercise that we've conducted at Tech Economics on how would the Asian external trade look like in 2025 with different scenarios. And here I just show what was our central scenario, which is incorporating the China-US rivalry and some of these other geopolitical trends. And the bottom line is the significant increase of the yellow part of the circle, the inner circle, the share of Asian trade in 2018, and the outer circle is the projected share in 2025. The most important thing is that for Asia, so it's not ASEAN, it's Asia excluding China, the trade with themselves, that is the trade that Asia will do with the rest of Asia, and again excluding China, will be the most dynamic element of trade worldwide and for Asia itself. And the share of trade that Asian countries, excluding China, will trade in between themselves will move almost close to 50%. So again, this is creating what I always say is significant constraint, because global trade will be rather flattish over the next few years, but the one thing that will not be flattish will be the regional Asia trade, and that includes South Asia, not only Southeast Asia and the Far East, but also South Asia. Next slide, please. Now the third of the big five. This is the change in policies. And again, I won't spend too much time. There are many, many changes that are structural. But I think that anyone of us would be warranted or would be allowed to scratch his head and question, what's happening with policymakers? Are they debasing money? Are they, we always have to remember, money is a question of trust. Now, trust means that the institution in charge of issuing money must be endowed with a significant dose of trust. Now, if these institutions, that is the worldwide central bank, really flood the world with liquidity, it's probably required in terms of short-term urgency measures. But have we measured the consequences medium-term? And that's a question. Are we debasing the trust that people put into central bank policies and into fiat money? Are we still confident that governments that are piling debt at a record speed will continue to be, let's say, credit-worthy eternally? I have questions on that, and I think it's very, when you see the staggering figures, it's very difficult not to have questions. Clearly, the questions are the central banks creating a problem for tomorrow by indeed meeting today's challenges, and both on monetary policies and fiscal policies, to me, clearly in uncharted territories. We also see, even if it's not directly related to the previous point, but certainly related to the other mega trends, increasing government interference. You know, the epoch of the glory of laissez-faire, this is done, this is over. Government have decided they need to interfere. They interfere, I would say, as expected when the crisis hit. Everybody would expect the government to take the lead, but they also intervene in many, many other occasions. So it's interference in business decisions, in business strategies, using pressures to achieve this and that on corporates. So we and you as corporates are going to live in a period of increasing government interference. I have the last critical point is on wages and you know, this kind of long-term deformation in the way the global value addition is shared between profits and wages. There are some very strong arguments to believe that the share of wages is going to re-increase over the next few years, but I will skip on that for the sake of timing. Just the next slide is an illustration of the question on these policy issues that I've just mentioned. Next slide, please. Here on the left-hand side, I've taken three major central banks worldwide. The Bank of Japan on the left, the Federal Reserve of the US in the middle, and the European Central Bank on the right. Now the left-hand side chart is total central bank assets as proportion of GDP. Well, we can discuss the figures. The bottom line is that in between 2002 and now, the latest data that we have, total assets of central banks as a proportion of GDP have been multiplied by 5. That is, for the same amount of production, we have now 5 times more money created than 15 years ago. Now, this is again creating a lot of questions, and I will mention that later on the cycles, including on these financial asset prices. And on the right-hand side, this is the IMF, not our projection. This is the IMF figures for gross general government debt as a proportion of GDP. And then the country on the right, on the left, sorry, this is the US. Now, the IMF is telling us that the public debt to GDP in the US, in the core country that is issuing the international reserve currency, this is moving to 146% of GDP. Now, this is higher than what the US administration says, but to me, this is a mind-boggling figure. That is, the US is coming to a situation, and I'm not saying that to be a doomsayer, but is coming to a situation where Italy was a few years ago. But Italy is not the creator of the reserve, of the international reserve money, what the US is. Now, moving from 53% of GDP 15 years ago to 150% of GDP today, we can't avoid questioning. And then what? What about the government treasuries? And you see that for all countries, but let's say with more fiscal rectitude in the Eurozone, and probably explaining, by the way, why we also have a lower growth. But and similarly, you see for China, even though the levels are much lower than in mature economies, both the Eurozone and the US, it's still moving from 22% at the beginning of the century to 70% today. Now, this is again a very sharp increase. So we have to forecast, we have to expect the next economic development by questioning how will this translate into either support, constraint, financial risk. And now, next slide please. This is coming on top of the traditional cycles. Now, traditional cycles, again, I will not spend too much time on that, but traditionally the cycles had a consequence on wages and inflation, and this has been broken. So the traditional cycles have been somewhat broken, including because of the unorthodox monetary and fiscal policies. Can I go to the next slide? This is a very simple and short illustration of the traditional cycle. You go from demand, production, employment, then you have wages, then you have inflation, then you have restrictive monetary policies, then you have a reversal in asset prices. Because you have this reversal in asset prices and restrictive policies, demand slows down, you have a rebalancing, and after the rebalancing, policy gets eased, and then you have a new cycle starting. This is a kind of textbook unfolding of cycle, but this has been transformed. Next slide, please. This has been transformed partly, no, previous slide. Yes, this one. Because instead of having a move from the employment to wages and inflation, when you have a pressure on employment in a country, then the production started to relocate elsewhere. And as in the world, there are always many pockets of underemployment. It was, in one sense, the broken link in the traditional cycle was that higher employment did not mean higher wages, or very marginally, but it meant imports. So if you have too strong demand, too strong, demand in the country, which was traditionally associated with this, upward movement of the cycle, then now you import more, you relocate elsewhere, and because you do that, you continue to have these kind of seemingly eternal cycles. This creates usually financial euphoria. The financial euphoria creates higher volatility in financial markets, and because you have financial euphoria, increasing debt, and volatility, then comes a risk, a systemic worry for central banks and policymakers, and you have therefore systemic financial risk, systemic uncertainties, and therefore you have easing of policies even when the cycle is not in recession. Just because the worry about, having a crash in equity market that would create a recession is now a constraint on monetary policy makers. And then, because you have this too early easing of monetary policy, then you have higher financial market prices. And so, in all these cycles, there is never a restrictive monetary policy and a lasting financial reversal. And that creates massive, what we call mispricing of asset prices. Next slide. Here is just very simple illustration of this financial dimension of the cycles as they are today. The left-hand side is just a publication by the Fed, by the Federal Reserve, of total value of US corporate equity, so all the listed markets, all equity markets consolidated as a proportion of GDP. And again, it goes back to the 50s, to 1950, up to 2019, and even after the early 2020 collapse, and we didn't have the recovery of the market here, we are at levels of equity value, of stock market value, compared to GDP, which is astonishingly and certainly worryingly high even after the recovery. And we have the exact symmetry for the US real interest rate, that is the 10-year interest rates minus inflation. This has been on a continuous decline. So you have, whatever the cycles, you have a sort of permanent intervention of monetary policy to support, by and large, financial markets. Next slide, please. Now, last but certainly not least, on top of all these trends with different time frames, you know, the long-term secular, the recovery, then the structural breaks, then the policy changes, then the cyclical changes, then now we have COVID. And that's a type of risk that we have to clearly understand. We can't say COVID was completely unexpected. You know, quite a number of very strong academic, non-academic review were saying, at least for the last 20 years, that the likelihood of a worldwide pandemic was there, you know, for a lot of different reasons that we, you know, all look at today. But so the likelihood of a pandemic was there. The question is, you can never tell when. So even when you have this type of events, they are unexpected, or no, sorry, they are expected but unpredictable. So you know that they will happen, but you don't know why, and that makes it very, very complex. But here, our short, you know, in 2 sentences, our diagnostic on the pandemic and therefore the exit. We believe a lot of indicators would suggest that at worldwide level, the pandemic is in between controlled and manageable. That is, we have a lot of geographic disparities, but by and large, at world level, we don't have a spiraling epidemiologic indicators. It appears again more in control, and there is a growing recognition by governments that a return to very strict, very stiff lockdowns and confinements, this is too costly, and therefore there is a strategy where the reaction of authorities when you have second waves or clusters of cases is to operate with localized constraint, even possibly very strict but localized constraint. So our scenario for the exit from the pandemic is that there will not be a generalized return to across the board lockdowns, neither in mature nor in emerging economies. We also see that the pandemic has triggered unprecedented fiscal and monetary reactions, and therefore we believe that this unprecedented policy reaction will compensate for the confidence issue that will stay with us and with the household as long as the epidemiology problems are not solved, meaning as long as we don't have a treatment and a vaccine. And even then, there will be still some scars on confidence. But considering the size of the supporting policies, this should be enough to compensate for the loss in confidence, and at the same time, as soon as you unlock economies from very strict confinement measures, you have a mechanic rebound which is very strong. So the collapse in economic activity is by definition very strong when you impose people to stay at home and stop working. By definition, when you have this type of severe lockdown policies as we've seen in China in February or in Europe in March and April, you have a complete collapse of both demand and supply, so you have a complete collapse of the economy. But as soon as people are allowed to move again, then you have a mechanic rebound which is very strong. So we call it an asymmetric V-shape recovery. That is, the one side of the V is very steep, this is the collapse, and then the recovery takes longer, but you don't stay long at the trough. We believe that for emerging markets and developing economies, the worst of financial turbulences is behind, be it on the currency or on capital flows. We believe that this kind of panic mode, which was, in February, March, and April, is over. It doesn't say that everything is rosy, but it says that the financial side of the turbulences related to COVID for emerging markets is probably behind us. But corporate difficulties, industrial difficulties, rise in bankruptcies, this is still in front of us. And this is what we and authorities will have to deal in the next few quarters, is that whatever the supporting measures, there will be significant impact for corporates and therefore for financial institutions over the next few quarters. Just a couple of two slides to illustrate that, and then coming to conclusion. The next slide, please. This is a very important way of analysis. Sorry if the chart looks a little bit complex. In fact, it's pretty simple. On the vertical axis, you have an index of stringency of the lockdowns measures implemented by different governments. This is mostly mature economies that we have plotted on this chart. And we use some of the Oxford University inputs, but we treat them slightly differently. And we have our own index of stringency. So the higher on the chart, the more stringent is the lockdown. So people are forbidden to leave their home. And when you're on the lower part of the chart, it means that the stringency is much less. And on the horizontal axis, we have just put these very, I think, well-used PMI indexes. The Purchasing Manager Index. PMI indexes are widely used as coincident or short-term leading indicators. And if you're far on the right, it means that you have a high economic activity, high dynamics. If you're on the left, it means low dynamics. Now, if you please move for the next clicks. This is where we were in February, so prior to the pandemic, this blue circle. Next click. Then this is the red one. This is when we were at the worst of the pandemic in mature economies. This is April 2020. So you see that in between this February and April, there was a massive move, increasing stringency, collapse in PMI, therefore collapse in economic activity. And then the next one is this green, this green one, which is where we are in August. So this is what we call the V shape. It has a massive impact from February to April, collapse in PMI and activity indicator. But from April to August, we've almost made, not completely, we've almost made the way back in terms of PMI index. So meaning that indeed there is a technical rebound supported by policies, and we do believe, next slide, this will create this kind of V shape, but asymmetric V shape. Again, you have here China, which is early. Then you have US, the dark blue, Western Europe, so the EU and the UK. And now we have to find a new terminology because we can't say EU if we exclude the UK. So this is Western Europe. Then we have Japan, Brazil, and India. Again, I'm not going to comment that slide. I'm sure that they will be made available to the participants, but it's just to say that it's clearly a V shape, but as you see an asymmetric V, the collapse is very abrupt. It comes in one quarter. The recovery will take much longer, even though no country is expected to stay long in the trough. Next slide, please. So, all these mega trends, these five, the big five, as I call them, occurring all of them at the same time. And you, as business managers and decision makers, you have to take your decision in this incredibly complex set of different cycles. Now, we are in the privileged position because we are researchers. And by and large, you're in the hot spot because you are the decision makers. But I take, as an economist, as a researcher, I take at least three conclusions from from this coincidence of cycle. The first one is that we have to understand that the plausibility of sudden breaks, what we call expected but unpredictable events, this plausibility is increasing. It's very difficult to put any probability. What is the probability today that US and China will get to military tensions in the Strait of Taiwan? Who can assign a probability on that? Not me. Very difficult. But is it getting more plausible? That's for sure. It's getting more plausible. Now, if this kind of expected but unpredictable and major events, if this plausibility increases, then by definition, corporates and banks have to build in their resilience capabilities, management capabilities. So, meaning what? Meaning that every large company should work with a central scenario which cannot incorporate as such any one of these major breaks, but which can prepare schemes in the what if this happens, just to have the management ready, so that if it happens, then the reaction is very rapid. And indeed, in terms of these expected but unpredictable events, the ability to react fast is probably absolutely critical. Second key conclusion, very important for you, is that the period of low interest rates is there to stay. And in one sense, this is important because it means that in this very complex environment, at least corporates have something which is, they know that if they have a very sound investment proposition, the funding will not be an issue apart from the times of panic, and that the conditions for financing investment will be propitious, will be favorable. So we certainly believe that in all this uncertainty, there is at least one common thread, that is interest rates will remain low for long. And that's also something on which you can build things, including in terms of, I would say, acquisition strategies. But you also have to understand that this period of low interest rates will be accompanied by a period of heightened government interference, and therefore any, for instance, large acquisition, any large investment requires more due diligence today than before. Then third conclusions, which I think is always difficult to really grasp when you're a large corporation, is that, and we always say it, but I think it's true, so we can repeat it, when you have these kind of events, these breakups, these sudden things, these major changes, they are usually homogeneous reactions, euphoria, panic, and usually during this economic, financial, or political stress, you have common movements for everybody. Equity markets collapse, all equity markets collapses. No differentiation. This is creating huge opportunities. The opportunities of a lifetime, as we say, usually occur during this period of massive breaks. So, to summarize, we all have to manage our corporates and things in a very, very complex and certainly heightened uncertainty overall. We have to do that with all these different factors, the so-called Big Five, and we have to remember that to come out of that needs more agility, ability to react rapidly, and keeping the view that the next world is creating a lot of opportunities. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patient attention, and I'm sure there will be questions after these provocative thoughts. Back to you.
Thank you, Dr. Terry Apotica. To moderate today's question and answer with Dr. Apotica, please welcome the Independent Director of Bell Corporation and former Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas Governor, Governor Amando Sai M. Tetanco, Jr.
Thank you very much, Dr. Apoteca, for your excellent presentation. It was very rich, very insightful, and very timely. Talk about the different economic shifts affecting the globe today. Now, it's not easy to decide on where to start because of the richness of the presentation. I think it can be at least a one semester course in graduate school. But you know, we don't have that much time. So I'll try to select the questions that I will ask, both coming from the audience as well as coming from myself. The first question is with respect to the big five asynchronous, but at the same time simultaneously happening cycles in the world. And the first one is the rivalry between US and China. Okay. Now, how do you see the current adversary relationship between these two superpowers? Is it fundamentally a trade dispute, competition for industrial standard, or a struggle for hegemony, including national security concerns? Or is it something else? Since it could possibly be a long-term development, as we are just entering step 5 in your very long-term history of integration, and no one really knows how this will all turn out to be eventually, what possible adverse impacts from the disruption of global supply chains and the slowdown in the spread of technologies should we worry about? What sectors would be most affected, and how should business and policymakers respond? Now, there's an unavoidable question that is in the minds of not a few people, and that is, who do you think will emerge victorious in this conflict?
Okay, maybe I can take this first very broad question, and you know, I have to very humbly say, unfortunately, I'm not an oracle, and if I could predict the future with, you know, certainty, I would be happy to share. But I guess that the one thing which is important is that it's a historical logic, these tensions. So it's not to say, oh, it's good or bad, but it's almost unavoidable. And we've seen, again, when I mentioned, when you go back 2,000 years, you see that the most blatant example, you know, being a European and having studied history of Europe, you know, in my youth, it's pretty obvious that, you know, in between the early 19th century and 1945, or you say in between the First and Second World War, Europe, and certainly the UK and France with their colonial empire, had set up the rules. You know, the gold standard was based on the pound and the French franc. There was all these institutions, colonial institutions, blah, blah, blah. And then it took about 40 years, let's say, in between 1915 or 30 years and 1945. It took 30 years for the US to capture more technology than Europe was after World War I. It took these 30 years for the US to adapt more rapidly this technology, to build their forces, and then it required the Second World War to absolutely express this dominance. So this logic is, I would say, unavoidable. Now, it didn't, very interestingly, the previous episode did not create a conflict, a direct conflict between Europe and the US. The emerging power grabbed the center of power without getting to fight with the old power, because they need each other. And therefore, I strongly believe that the tensions will persist, but will not go up to a point of break, of, you know, typically war or what have you. I think there is unavoidably these tensions, because China is catching up. You know, and China has long historically considered that, considering their size, etc., they need to have the center stage. Now, it will affect trade, that's for sure. No, and regionalization of trade is certainly, you know, going to happen. This is one of the most, I would say, highly probable trend, is that trade will probably tend to regionalize. And again, all our projections and studies we've made for different customers tend to support that view, especially in Asia. So the shape of trade will change from global to more regional. It doesn't say there won't be any global trade, but the proportion of the two will be massively shifting in favor of regional trade. And in that perspective, quite interestingly, ASEAN countries are better positioned because you're very close to the new center and you have very long trade relations with the old center. Though in terms of trade, you might not be, at risk. But for the second one, technology, industrial competition, this is where it will be more difficult. Because by definition, we see that with Huawei, but not only Huawei. We see that with the China taking the lead on some of the new technology, artificial intelligence, pattern recognition, this kind of thing, genomics, where you would say that China has already a lead. Well, they are going to impose some constraint on how, for instance, the US would be able to use these technologies. So this will create more complex problems for corporates because they will have to treat very carefully in this technology rivalry and everything that's related to that. Supply chain problems, maybe in one of your supplier, there is one company you don't even suspect that is working on another project which is deemed strategically important to the US, and all of a sudden you hear that a supplier in your supply chain is subjected to sanctions, and therefore you cannot deal with them. Now, these kind of events, I think, are going to be much more frequent, and therefore for corporates, typically, again, it depends obviously on every corporate, but we have already a number of large corporates to whom we advise to set up different entities, just to ensure that they create some insulation in between this strategic rivalry. So I don't believe that neither China nor the US looks for a complete hegemony. The world is now too complex to have a complete hegemony. But they certainly look for dominance. Dominance means what? In international history, it's a larger use of your currency. Well, China, and we all know that the PBOC has entered swap agreements with a very large number of central banks worldwide to ensure that they use the Chinese yuan in their transactions with China. Now, if you're holding reserve currencies, and you're considering the debasing of fiat money in the US, etc., it's pretty likely that the Chinese would like to see central banks using the Chinese yuan as a reserve currency. Now they have created the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. They have created the BRICS, the so-called BRICS Bank. So they are creating their own institutions. So again, in terms of, I don't think that they will aim, neither of them aim for hegemony, but they certainly aim for significant influence. There's no doubt about that. Now, who will win? Very difficult question. I think there are two elements in the answer. One is Donald Trump is helping China ascending to where they want to ascend. So the US election next November will be very significant to help answering the question. Because President Trump, as we see it from Europe, has created so much uncertainties on the US alliances, on the US behavior, on how much reliable is the US as a partner, be it trade, strategic, technology, financial. It has created, and again, it was, the slogan of President Trump was, America first. So it's not a surprise. But the bottom line is that for us Europeans, but probably for some of the Asian nations, it creates a question. How strongly can we rely on the US? And now, this means that President Trump, by having this kind of focused obsession on the US and on very immediate short-term gains on any policy that he decides, I think that a re-election of President Trump will probably accelerate China's ascendancy and would probably create more likelihood that they would win and that the US would lose. And it would require, just again, I'm not making any fiction scenario, but just imagine one or two major technology breakthroughs that occur in China. For instance, on carbon capture. For instance, on the battery and electric vehicle. Oh, by the way, this is an industry where China is much more in advance than the US. No, so imagine you have one of these breakthrough in, let's say, 1 year or two, when the US is still reeling with the pandemic or whatever. That would accelerate significantly China's chances to win. Now, the other argument is obviously opposed. It's demographics. Now, the question is, as we always say, will China get old before it gets rich? That is, when we say rich, we could say, is China getting older before it gets powerful? Is the incredible, mind-staggering demographic transformation that China is facing now? How will they manage that? And by the way, this is exactly why the next 10 years are so critical, both for the US, because the US administration, rightly or wrongly, is convinced that if they can stop China now from getting the key technology that would ensure their ascendancy to kind of world status, if they can do it now, then China will have this demographic problem in 10 years' time, and that the deal is done, if I can say so. So they would not be in a position to catch up. Sorry, but I just mentioned one thing which is always making people surprised. What is the median age? So the age of the population, when you have 50% of the population above that age and 50% below that age. In the US and in China in 2030, China it will be 42, the US it will be 38. So in 10 years' time, the US will be a younger country than China. Now, in the US perspective and in most observers in terms of technology absorption, ability to grow rapidly, blah, 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 this creates a break. So for the US, you have to prevent China from reaching that point now, and from the Chinese perspective, you have to do it now if you want to succeed, and that makes the strategic tensions very complex. And again, sorry for not saying who's going to win, but it depends on these different elements.
It's a difficult question, Dr. Apotheker, but thank you for your answer. The next question is, it was mentioned that you are currently observing heightened interference from governments in business decisions in line with the rise of populist tensions. Now, do you think government should interfere in business strategies of its top corporations, especially during a crisis like this pandemic? As you said, it's not one of the mega trends, right? And we don't know how long it's going to last. But how do you assess this?
Well, I think we have to clarify, because the government decision, governments as always, and as is normal, they interfere in the way corporates make their decision. But this is not a direct interference. What we economists consider as more negative, or certainly in economic terms not leading to an optimal situation, is when government takes at individual company level decisions or impose strategy, or even in populist regime threaten corporates. President Trump is very proud of saying, well, I picked my phone and I called the chairman of General Motors and told him, well, if you put this plant in Mexico, then you will have problems. Now, this is direct interference which is very negative for corporates, because it means that the management are always wondering what will be the reaction. So if we are talking about this government interference, it is clearly negative for business, because it creates a kind of deep uncertainty. But this doesn't mean that government should have a laissez-faire approach to everything. But I think that industrial strategy, corporate guidance is something. But if it's expressed as a policy addressed to all corporates, that's fairly completely acceptable, and I think that that's exactly the role of government, to provide guidance, even possibly strong guidance, or impose things, but not at the individual corporate level, because there one is sorry for governments. It's not no offense as we say, but governments are not business managers, so very good that they interfere in business management, but it's unlikely to be the right decisions. And for the business manager, it's always a threat, you know, Damocles sword that you have above your head, that, you know, you do something and then maybe you have a call from the president, from the prime minister, from this and that, and they tell you, no, you should not do that.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I'm worried, and you're very right in saying that this is partly related to populism or not. In countries where you have, you know, this trend in, you know, the leader who knows everything, and, you know, there is a tendency to believe that they can do micromanagement better than the different actors. In the other countries, you also have more interference, but it's more in the traditional way, that is, you put a rule and all corporates have to abide by the rule.
Yeah, rule policy. Thank you. We're running out of time. I've been given the signal. Well, I'll ask the next question. Many have lost their jobs and firms are going out of business without much needed policy support. Now, withdrawing support to industries prematurely would undermine growth, but delaying the rollback of such support for too long would create unviable firms, would keep unviable firms alive, and slow down the necessary adjustment and the creative destruction in the economy, which may be desirable. And this can have very long-term consequences. You also know the fiscal as well as the monetary costs that are involved in granting, you know, this significant support, huge amounts of support to industries. At any rate, such support will have to be withdrawn at some point. I mean, we cannot continue this endlessly. But prior to that, what do you think are the factors that would be useful to consider in shaping a rational, coherent, non-destabilizing exit strategy?
Well, this is obviously a very, very difficult question, and it's partly, you know, country dependent, because every country has different, like, say, mechanism through which policies work or do not work. But by and large, I think that the best process is first to recognize that we must separate, a bit like what you were saying in your question, we must separate what we call emergency measures with long-term supporting measures. Emergency measures can be less costly if they are, for instance, extended in form of guarantees instead of direct loans, for instance. So in that sense, there is a very dire need for governments to have a rather simple but comprehensive set of emergency measures designed to avoid precisely what you described, that is the step down where people lose their job, the company goes bankrupt. So it's a non-linear, as we say, you know, kind of irreversible trend. They should aim at avoiding this irreversible trend as much as they can through measures that are mostly in terms of, I would say, non-direct spending. It's mostly guarantee schemes, indeed some of the social safety nets in place, targeted social programs for the most vulnerable groups of people who have been affected by the COVID. As we know, day by day, that there are groups that are singularly more affected than others. So this should be targeted mostly in form of guarantees, and indeed with obviously a cost, but not a major cost. And this has to be removed as soon as you have the kind of kickoff, the V-shaped recovery. When we say as soon, meaning that these urgency measures should not last more than 2, maybe 3 quarters, certainly less than 1 year. Then after that, you need to have a relay, because indeed when you move from the emergency to normal, if there is nothing, there is a very likelihood that you have again another step. Now this is where it has to be finely tuned, and as economists we believe that at this stage fiscal policy well targeted is probably the most efficient in terms of multiplicators and avoiding the kind of possible step when you move out of the emergency measures to the kind of more long-term supportive measures. And this, again, considering it's very much dependent on each country's situation, but in these kind of elements where demand is affected and confidence is affected, typically Keynesian policies are say that is to be most efficient.
It's been quite an enjoyable and enlightening discussion, Dr. Apoteca, but I've been asked to end the Q&A for a lot of time. But if I may just add one thought before we leave, it is always good to build buffers against the unknown unknowns or the black swans. Right? And also pay more attention to the known knowns or the pink flamingos, as there is something still to be learned from them, from what we know, what we have experienced before. So on behalf of MAP, I would like to thank you, Dr. Apoteca, for joining us in this 18th MAP International CEO Web Conference. It has been an honor to have you personally share your thoughts with us. And we're very grateful indeed. Thank you.
Well, thanks to you and thanks to MAP for inviting me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Terry Apoteca, and thank you as well to our moderator, Governor Armando Tetanco Jr. Just a quick announcement, quick reminder for everyone. Participants can download the PowerPoint slides of Dr. Apoteca through the following MAP conference website. Please write this down if you can. It's MAP CEO Conference.ph. One more time for good measure, it's MAP CEO Conference, that's one word, .ph. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Before we conclude today's conference, we would like to take the time to thank once again our presenters who believed in the significance and impact of the MAP International CEO Conference and continued to join us in this journey as we adapt to the new normal of a virtual conference. The 18th MAP International CEO Web Conference is presented by San Miguel Corporation, co-presented by Alphaland Corporation, BDO, Business World, Converge ICT Solutions Incorporated, Philinvest Development Corporation, First Philippine Holdings Corporation, Luciatan Group Incorporated, our knowledge partner, Isla Lipana and Company, PwC Philippines, our broadcast media partner, ANC, the ABS-CBN News Channel. Our premium sponsors, Insular Life and SM Investments Corporation. Our privileged sponsors, Eon, GT Capital Holdings Incorporated, and Shell. Our preferred sponsors, BDB Law, Divina Law, JG Summit Holdings, Meralco, P&A Grant Thornton, SGV and Company, Smart Communications, Stratcom Corporation, and Union Bank. Our partner sponsors, Acra Law, Ayala Corporation, BPI, Deloitte Philippines, Navarro Amper and Company, Gardenia Bakeries, Mitsubishi Motors Philippines, Security Bank, and our media partners, Philippine Daily Inquirer, Rappler, the Manila Times, and the Philippine Star. The 18th MAP International CEO Web Conference would also like to thank its collaborating organizations in the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, here to give us a recap of all the relevant issues raised and most impactful statements made from today's conference to arm yourself with as you go out into the world, please welcome the Vice Chair of the MAP CEO Conference, who is also the Chair and CEO of the Eon Group, Mr. Juni Del Mundo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we mark the end of this conference, I wish to commend all of you for extending your time and effort to attend this important gathering. I'm pleased to provide the conference highlights that captures the presentations and discussions at this event. This conference brought us together and provided valuable insights leading to understanding and finding ways how to thrive in the new world. In the first session, Dr. Jeffrey Sachs discussed how we are living in dangerous times, where we all need to act strategically and collaboratively to solve global problems. He identified the major challenges the world is currently facing. First, COVID-19 a health issue that have massive economic implications. Second, the emergence of new technology that has led to the polarization of society, establishment of geopolitics, and accentuating the gap between the haves and the have-nots. Third, a creeping climate change crisis that has enormous implications for the economy and society. Climate change problems and technological disparity are exacerbated by the COVID pandemic. According to Dr. Sachs, these crises are human-induced and can be solved with rational government policies, comprehensive strategies, and regional and global cooperation. For the COVID-19 pandemic, the disease can be controlled by effective public health measures as shown by countries in Thailand and Vietnam. These measures can promote programs that will capacitate everyone with the technology. For climate change, the government and other sectors need to invest in climate-friendly energy systems to achieve sustainability. Ultimately, Dr. Sachs keeps the point. Global leadership is critical in determining whether we get out of this crisis alive and for the better. Our leaders are called upon despite our differences. Our leaders are also called upon to act collaboratively and not confrontationally, as all nations are actually becoming more interdependent. Let us be friends and enemies. Frenemies, as Dr. Macarana so simply. We are nations that simply cannot live without each other as global resources thin out and technological advancements make the world smaller, 1 gigabyte at a time. In the second session, Mr. Blair Shepard captured the 5 great issues facing all societies around the world under the ADAPT framework, which stands for asymmetry, disruption, age, polarization, and trust. Alongside this framework, he also discussed that the world faces 4 crises. First is a crisis of prosperity. There is rising inequality with poor life choices for young people, a squeezed middle class, and a mass of people on the brink of retirement and lacking savings. Second is a crisis of technology. The world's economic system drives innovation, yet fails to manage unintended negative consequences, polluting key elements of life support from climate to the dissemination of news or information. Thirdly, there is a crisis of institutional legitimacy. More people worldwide lose trust in government agencies and institutions that try to maintain their existing structures in the face of major global forces find themselves buckling and warping rather than adapting. And lastly, there is a crisis of leadership, when people increasingly mistrust and blame those in power for their inability to manage this crisis and instead focus on narrow priorities rather than lead the world towards holistic solutions. The arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic caused current issues to accelerate, causing the world to transform sooner than predicted. In order to cope with the collective trauma and damages brought about by the pandemic, Mr. Shepard presented the following essential actions, namely to repair, rethink, and reconfigure. By repair, the immediate imperative is to fix what has been broken, such as human and economic damage, increased national debt, tax base, and short-term spending. By rethink, companies need to rethink their operating models to be more robust in handling disruptions. Countries and companies will need competitive and collaborative strategies that are dramatically different from those that they might have imagined a few months ago. By reconfigure, organizations must fundamentally reconfigure or re-engineer public and business institutions. The key in driving these responses is courageous leadership. In the third session, Attorney Amal Clooney posits that democracy is under threat and substantiated her thesis with three propositions. No functional democracy without a free press. Press cannot be free when journalists are criminalized for this work. The Philippines should honor its international commitments. The human rights lawyer warns that the coronavirus pandemic is being used by governments to seize power and exacerbate abuses. Governments have criminalized so-called fake news on the pandemic and had scores of journalists arrested, while deadly untruths have spread. She also mentioned that more journalists are now imprisoned for their work. There needs to be greater accountability for attacks on the media. She cited the case of Maria Ressa, who was convicted of libel and is currently still facing multiple other charges. In the fourth session, the Secretary General of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, His Excellency Datu Paduka Limjokoy, affirmed the region's commitment to openness, cooperation, and partnership in combating COVID-19. Realizing that a fragmented sector-by-sector approach will be ineffective, he emphasized the whole of ASEAN community approach, which is multi-sectoral collaboration, as an effective approach to curb the pandemic. Significant initiatives include the establishment of the COVID-19 ASEAN Response Fund and the ongoing regional reserve of medical supplies and standard operating procedures to deal with future public health emergencies. He also called for the support of the private sector and members of the MAP to support ASEAN governance in three areas of ASEAN's COVID response. First, businesses must ensure stable, more efficient, and resilient supply chains to allow business continuity. This also entails protecting the workforce. Second, the private sector needs to adopt digitization as a way to support recovery and improve productivity. This includes maintaining strong partnerships with the government and other sectors to address cybersecurity and the skilling of the workforce. Finally, both the government and the private sector are called to work together towards long-term economic resilience, such as investment in green infrastructures, climate-resilient technologies, and sustainable financing. On the last session, which covered geoeconomic shifts and their global impact, Dr. Apotekia discussed that the world has entered an unprecedented period of transition in which every realm of society could be affected. He presented the highly complex convergence of developments and cycles with highly different time frames, which have indisputably resulted increasing global recurring crises. These transitions will lead to increased tension, confrontation, and ultimately major changes that many would consider as major crises. However, this crisis will lead to a new equilibrium wherein there will be resetting in the economic, political, and other fronts. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems that wherever we turn, there are issues and crises all around us. The topic of geopolitics presented by Dr. Sachs and Dr. Apoteker shows that geopolitical rivalry and the reasons that sustain it have not stopped with coronavirus. Depending on its depth and duration, the crisis could lead us towards more disruptive issues which include protectionism and populism as presented by Mr. Shepard on his topic on world trends. It has also been observed that populist leaders are attempting to control our everyday lives, including the independence of the media sector as argued by Tony Clooney when she discussed media freedom. Common among the presenters is the issue of new technology that can simultaneously empower and alienate individuals and society. The ASEAN Secretary General in his speech underscored that COVID and these other phenomena could make us more divided and cooperative. If there are some key takeaways from these issues presented our speakers, it could be these. First, the need to be united has never been more important. As the world teeters on the brink of irreparable discord, unity and cooperation will pave the way towards greater harmony, respect, and recovery from that crisis that we face. Second, technology and innovation must be embraced, but responsibly with a greater awareness of their potential for negative as well as positive disruption. And finally, we in the business community need to identify and establish the means to achieve greater resiliency, knowing how important our role is in generating much needed employment in turning the wheels for nations' industries. But perhaps leadership is the densest thread that connects the thesis of all our speakers today. Good leadership is important in leading us to the other side. So I guess it goes without saying that leadership in all levels and sectors, whether in business or government, or even simply in households and families, is critical. As leaders, we must know our shadow and befriend him or her. And as followers, we must know that at least in government, it is our power that appoints personalities to leadership positions that must wield it wisely. Thank you very much. And now, as we move towards concluding this conference, I will turn you over to my colleague, Attorney Dick Dubaladag, for the closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Del Mundo, for that meaty recap of today's even meatier conference. To formally close today's conference, please welcome MAP Governor in charge of the MAP CEO Conference Committee of founding partner and CEO of Dubalalad and Associates, also known as BDB Law, Attorney Benedicta Dick Dubalalad.
National Conference, our first web conference, is a testament that we now live in different times. This year, we were faced with numerous, most difficult and never before experienced disruptions due to 9 months into the pandemic. It seems that there would be no end in sight and that the road to recovery stretches longer than anticipated. And so, this year's MAP Web Conference brought to the surface many issues we currently face, not only in our businesses, but even across the political and economic spectrum. Though our current situation may raise more questions, we hope that it will also challenge us to come up with innovative solutions. We are privileged to hear the presentations of our speakers across the globe and to take part in these timely, rich, and relevant discussions. The agenda of today's conference underscored the interdependence of health, technological, social, political, economic systems. It is also highlighted the need for more concrete, collaborative, and inclusive approach to recovery and sustainability. Central to all the discussions is the need to strengthen our capacity to adopt and innovate. While these words have been repeatedly thrown around these days, it is in understanding our current landscape and harnessing the capability to adjust to changing situations that our economy and society will stay resilient. In a radically uncertain world, we cannot predict when or where the next crisis will come from. However, learning the lessons from the current COVID-19 crisis will prepare us to design the inevitable new world. More importantly, that all of us play a pivotal role in shaping the next normal post-COVID-19. For our presenters who provided us with their invaluable time, perspectives, and expertise, ignoring the menace of time difference, thank you very much. For the organizing committee who rose to the challenge of making this new conference format work, I tip my hat to all of you. It was energizing to work with a group who all wanted to deliver an innovative experience. This web conference is a proof of our commitment of providing learning opportunities even in the midst of challenge times. We also extend our appreciation for the support of MAP and its members, as well as other organizations and individuals who partnered with us in this event. We hope that we can all disseminate and share to a wider audience the learnings we gained from today's web conference. The sessions were truly enlightening, and I am sure the inputs will serve as idea generators in steering our organizations, ourselves, to a challenged future. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you again next year.
Thank you so much, Attorney Du Balalad, and that formally concludes the 18th Management Association of the Philippines International CEO Web Conference 2020, A Whole New World, Reigniting the Stalled Global Economy. On behalf of the Management Association of the Philippines, thank you very much for spending a part of your day with us. We hope that today's conference has reinvigorated you and your organization and will help you regain your footing and momentum in today's volatile world. Enjoy the rest of the day and stay safe. Once again, we would like to thank San Miguel Corporation. This conference is co-presented by Alphaland Corporation, BDO, Business World, Converge ICT Solutions Incorporated, Philinvest Development Corporation, First Philippine Holdings Corporation, Lushutan Group Incorporated. Our knowledge partner, Isla Lipana and Company, PwC Philippines. Our broadcast media partner, ANC, the ABS-CBN News Channel. Our premium sponsors, Insular Life, SM Investments Corporation. Our privileged sponsors, Eon, GT Capital Holdings Incorporated, Shell, our preferred sponsors, BDB Law, Divina Law, JG Summit Holdings, Meralco, P&A Grant Thornton, SGV and Company, Smart Communications, Stratcom Corporation, Union Bank. Our partner sponsors, Aqualaw, Ayala Corporation, BPI, Deloitte Philippines, Navarro Amper and Company, Gardenia Bakeries, Mitsubishi Motors Philippines, Security Bank. Our media partners: Philippine Daily Inquirer, Rappler, The Manila Times, and The Philippine Star. The 18th MAP International CEO Web Conference would also like to thank its collaborating organizations in the Philippines. Our collaborating organizations abroad: the 18th MAP International CEO Web Conference beneficiary schools. Lastly, the 18th MAP International CEO Web Conference would like to thank our media partners online: Business World, Rappler, The Manila Times, and The Philippine Star. Thank you so much, and stay safe.